Chapter 4191. You really know how to hide. Neptune and the dragon god laughed sinisterly. You flatter me. Qin Feiyang responded indifferently. He couldn't panic. There might still be a chance to turn things around. Once he showed any signs of panic, the other party would definitely suppress him with all their strength. Now, there were only 5 heavenly tribulations left for the 15 divine artifacts. As long as he succeeded, everything would be fine. Swish. At this time, the king and the other 2 also arrived behind Yu Laro and the others. Looking at the situation in front of them, the 3 of them glanced at each other. A bright light flashed through their eyes as they walked to old Yu's side and stared at Qin Feiyang. Their eyes also flickered with a cold light. Monarch, God King, Paragon, Dragon God, and Sea Deity have all arrived. There's also old Yu from the Central Dynasty, Lu Yunfeng, and Lu Yuntian. You guys really think highly of me. Qin Feiyang laughed. Isn't your name Qin Feiyang also well known in the Divine Kingdom? Besides, to be able to make the Divine Kingdom send so many overlords to deal with you, it shows that you are indeed a big shot. Yu Laro sneered. But in his heart, he was in disbelief. Not only did they know his existence, but they also knew the names of Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian. It felt as if they knew everything. I'm just a pawn in the sky cloud realm. What kind of big shot can I be? You, on the other hand, are all famous and influential figures. Now you have come to deal with a small pawn like me. Isn't that beneath your status? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You're quite sharp-tongued. Yu Laro's eyes flashed with killing intent. You flatter me. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, Senior, can you wait for their heavenly tribulations to end before you make a move? Beautiful weather? The group of people was stunned and looked up at the sky. What kind of beautiful weather was this? Who didn't know that the Void Land rarely saw the sun all year round? Without a doubt. He was stalling for time. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the 95th heavenly tribulation descended. The terrifying divine might made Yu Laro and the others feel a sense of dread. They had seen a sovereign weapon undergo tribulation before. However, this was the first time he had seen 15 sovereign divine weapons undergoing their tribulations at the same time. There was only one word to describe it: terrifying. Don't waste your time with him. He wants to buy time for those divine artifacts to transcend their tribulations. Neptune said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon god waved his hand, and a stream of origin energy appeared, turning into a 3-foot-long sword that shot towards Qin Feiyang. Why are you guys taking advantage of someone's perilous state? Isn't that a little despicable behavior? The inner demons muttered. The actions of a villain? When the dragon god heard this, he could not help but roll his eyes. Do I still need to be a gentleman with this little bastard? The sword formed by the origin energy slashed towards Qin Feiyang crazily. The void collapsed and the earth cracked. In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of miles were razed to the ground. You want to kill me so badly? Qin Feiyang raised his brows and sneered. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Inside his body, a stream of origin energy swept out like a startled swan. Looking at this stream of origin energy, Neptune suddenly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred. This was his origin energy. If the various sea gods and hundreds of thousands of core members returned unscathed, it would be worth it. However, everyone's ultimate meaning had been snatched away. To put it bluntly, this stream of origin energy was exchanged for a bunch of trash. In the face of such a situation, who wouldn't be angry? Who wouldn't hate it? Therefore, he even had the heart to pull out Qin Feiyang's tendons and bones. Boom! Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the origin energy turned into a long spear, shattering heaven and earth as it furiously charged forward. Clang! The 2 artifacts formed by the origin energy collided with a deafening metallic sound, and the destructive aura turned into waves of anger, sweeping in all directions. Because these 2 origin energy were about the same size, their strength was also comparable. What are the 2 of you still thinking about? Hurry up and do it. Yu Laro glanced at the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. Taking advantage of others' difficulties is not what a gentleman does. Lu Jiajin shook his head. Yu Laro's anger suddenly rose, and he said patiently, "This old man knows that you have principles, but is this the time to talk about principles?" Lu Jiajin was unmoved. Yu Laro sighed helplessly and turned to look at the inner demons. "Don't look at me. His principles are my principles." The inner demons smiled proudly. Yu Laro was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He said angrily, "Why didn't I see you being so principled in the past?" "In the past?" Lu Jiajin was stunned and said indifferently, "Then you have to carefully recall whether we have looted a burning house or taken advantage of others' difficulties in the past." Yu Laro frowned. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that they really hadn't. Even the inner demons, who were arrogant and ferocious by nature, had never taken advantage of others' difficulties. The Divine King's eyes flashed, and he looked at the two and said, "I say, the two of you, it's good to be principled, but now is obviously not the time to be." "That's right. To deal with such people, we should be unscrupulous. If you are to be principled with them, the ones who will suffer in the end will definitely be us." The Divine King and the Supreme Being of the human race nodded. With them saying so, Yu Laro, the Dragon God, and Neptune would be even less suspicious of them. And when the Divine King and the other two spoke, Neptune also kept persuading them. However, from beginning to end, the inner demons and Lu Jiajin didn't move much, which made Yu Laro and the other two extremely angry. Why did they bring two disobedient people here? Yu Laro stared at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flickering, and shouted, "My lord, the Divine King, the Supreme Being, the Dragon God, Neptune, follow the elders and attack together." Boom! Yu Laro was the first to activate the ultimate mysteries. There were a total of 9 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws: spacetime law, time law, destruction law, devour law, nothingness law, cause and effect law, death law, life law, and light and darkness law. This strength was indeed not simple. One must know that the group of elders in the village only grasped the ultimate mysteries of the 8 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. And Yu Laro, except for the life and death law, had already comprehended all 9 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. "Can't we discuss this further?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Get lost. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to discuss with us?" The Dragon God roared. The long sword formed by the power of origin once again attacked Qin Feiyang. Moreover, the ultimate mysteries were activated. Neptune also attacked at the same time. Both of them had grasped 8 ultimate mysteries. This scene made the Dragon King and the other two couldn't help but frown. 8 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. This was a level stronger than them because they had only grasped 7 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that they were very clear about the talents of Neptune and the Dragon God. It was impossible to surpass them. It must be the inheritance bestowed by the sovereign. This made them feel very unbalanced in their hearts. Although the sovereign had also bestowed them with inheritances, the inheritances given were the ultimate mysteries that they had already comprehended. Since they had already comprehended the ultimate mysteries, they naturally couldn't fuse them anymore and could only give them to others. In the past, they didn't think much about it and thought that the sovereign didn't do it on purpose. But now that they looked back, the sovereign must have done it on purpose to suppress them. The more they thought about it, the angrier they felt. The hostility between their brows also became more and more intense. Yu Laro and the other two also noticed the hostility of the 3, but they didn't connect it to themselves. They thought that the hostility of the 3 was directed at Qin Feiyang. But Qin Feiyang felt the hostility of the 3 and was well aware of it. He immediately transmitted his voice to the 3, "The 3 of you, don't be rash. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't expose our relationship. Don't worry. Such a small matter can't make us lose our minds. But now, how are you going to solve the problem at hand?" The king secretly said. "Don't worry about me, just attack." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "Okay." The 3 of them agreed in secret. They also activated their ultimate meaning and charged towards Qin Feiyang. "Must you force me to make a move?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Boom. The ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, and the 6 ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death instantly appeared. A terrifying will of the heavens erupted. As he waved his hand, the long saber formed by the origin energy attacked the dragon god's origin energy. The ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death and the 6 ultimate mysteries attacked the ultimate mysteries of Eularo and the other 4. Accompanied by a loud bang, the 2 ultimate mysteries collided with the 2 ultimate mysteries, erupting with a terrifying aura of destruction. The 2 ultimate mysteries were still evenly matched. But the ultimate mysteries, Qin Feiyang obtained a crushing victory. Because the 6 ultimate mysteries could each fight 1 against 6. The ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death were more powerful than the 6 ultimate mysteries. With the same level of heavenly will, the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death could compete with the 12 ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death. The king, the divine king, Zhizun, Eularo, Neptune, and the dragon god, the 5 of them added together only had 39 ultimate mysteries. So, they couldn't stop the current Qin Feiyang at all. Of course. The king and the other 2 did not show their true strength. The god race imprint, the 3,000 incarnations, the sword of faith, if they took out all these means, Qin Feiyang could only be beaten up. After all, his 3,000 incarnations still had to help him pass the tribulation. But even so, Elder Yu was still dumbstruck from watching. This is the will of heavenly will of this boy. He had long heard that Qin Feiyang had integrated 2 will of heavenly will and had the strength to crush Neptune and the others. At first, he didn't think much of it, but now that he saw it, it was indeed worthy of the reputation. If it was a one-on-one fight, among the 6 of them, none would be a match for this boy. Divine King, King, Zhizun, stop hiding your trump cards. A trace of blood dripped from the corner of Neptune's mouth as he looked at the king and the other 2 and roared. The 3 of them looked at each other. Bang! 3,000 incarnations appeared. The god race imprint was activated. Accompanied by a loud bang, the sword of faith also appeared out of thin air. When these 3 major means appeared, Qin Feiyang's eyes also showed a trace of seriousness. He was also extremely helpless in his heart. Why would there be such a big commotion and storm every time he passed the tribulation? Couldn't they let him relax a little? Chapter 4192. The first time, when he comprehended the law of life and death, the king, Heavenly Lord Ji, the divine king, and the supremes of the human race personally went to the sky cloud realm and almost wiped them out. The second time. Because of the arrival of the second will of the heavens, the situation he faced in the divine kingdom was even more dangerous because he had to face the encirclement of the 5 major races. Although he succeeded in the end, the Black Tortoise realm was also destroyed. The third time, which was this time. Not only did he have to face the 5 giants, but he also had to face Eularo from the Central Dynasty. Fortunately, the inner demons and Lu Jiajin didn't make a move, otherwise, the situation would be even more dangerous. Crack. At this moment, the 97th heavenly tribulation descended. Qin Feiyang, get ready, the divine king shouted. 7 ultimate intents appeared, and under the support of the god race's mark, the divine power they emitted was several times more terrifying than before. The king's 3,000 incarnations also activated their ultimate intents. There were a total of 21,000. The sword of faith also emitted a sharp light that could destroy the world. Any one of the trump cards was enough to defy the heavens. Not to mention now, 3 trump cards were coming at the same time, at this moment. Without the 3,000 incarnations, there was no way to deal with it. Boom. As expected. Facing the strongest means of the king and the other 2, Qin Feiyang couldn't block it with his own strength. Whether it was the ultimate intents of the law of life and death or the 6 ultimate intents, they all collapse. Poof. A mouthful of purple gold dragon blood spurted out. It would be great if this kid could submit to the purple gold divine dragon clan. The king sighed. If we could really subdue him, he would be the divine kingdom's lucky star. But unfortunately, Eularo shook his head regretfully, and murderous intent surged in his eyes as he shouted, "Let's end this quickly, don't give him a chance to breathe." The king and the other 2 waved their hands, and the sword of faith and the ultimate intents that filled the sky immediately turned into a torrent, drowning the sky as it roared toward Qin Feiyang. A deadly sense of danger swept across the place. That's right. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang patted his head. How could he forget about the fiend ancestor? This guy also had 3,000 incarnations and had fused one or two ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. Even though he couldn't participate in the battle yet, it wouldn't be a problem for him to help 15 heaven-defying divine artifacts transcend the tribulation. However, in that case, it was equivalent to exposing the fiend ancestor's strength in advance. He wanted to use the fiend ancestor's 3,000 avatars as a trump card. Once he grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, he would be able to catch Neptune and company off guard. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Qin Feiyang's mind. In the end, he gritted his teeth. White-eyed wolf, lunatic, Long Qin, and blazing magic sword appeared. I'll go. Looking at the sword of faith and the tens of thousands of ultimate mysteries charging toward them, all of their expressions changed drastically. Senior brother, white-eyed wolf, little Qin, magic sword, help me transcend the tribulation. 3,000 clones, kill the enemy with me. Qin Feiyang spoke. He took a step forward, and his aura rolled out in all directions. The 3,000 clones that were helping to transcend the tribulation also immediately rushed behind Qin Feiyang. Help to transcend the tribulation? Lunatic and the other two were stunned. They raised their heads to look at the heavenly tribulation, and their faces couldn't help but turn pale. With their strength, how could they withstand such a terrifying heavenly tribulation? We just need to drag it out, Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. As long as they defeated the king, the divine king, and the human race's supremacy, the three of them would be able to deal with Yu Laro, Neptune, and the dragon god. All right. Lunatic nodded. Boom. 6 ultimate mysteries appeared, and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. What? He also grasped the will of the heavenly Tao so quickly? Neptune and the dragon god's expressions changed drastically. Wasn't this a little too fast? Even if these people deprived Sky Rock, the various sea gods, and hundreds of thousands of core members of the Sea Clan of their ultimate mysteries, it was impossible for Lunatic to integrate these ultimate mysteries so quickly. There was only one explanation: Lunatic had an inheritance before. But didn't they say that the Sky Cloud realm didn't even have a law miniature? How could there be an inheritance of the strongest law ultimate mysteries? What the hell was going on? Only the king and the other two knew the reason. But they definitely wouldn't say it out loud. In the blink of an eye, with the release of the 3,000 clones, Qin Feiyang's strength undoubtedly skyrocketed. Boom. There was no time to waste. The ultimate mysteries and the will of the heavenly Tao were instantly unleashed. This place was suddenly shrouded in a terrifying aura. At this moment, whether it was Yu Laro, Neptune, or the dragon god, they couldn't help but fall into the abyss of despair. This was Qin Feiyang's true combat strength. Once the 3,000 clones attacked, who could compete? Even the king's 3,000 clones, the divine king's god race imprint, and the human race's sword of faith were as small as ants at this moment. Because, whether it was the kingdom of life and death or the two wills of the heavenly Tao, they were all means that they couldn't match. Rumble, accompanied by a series of earth-shaking loud noises, the sword of faith, the divine king, and the king's ultimate mysteries were all crushed into pieces. Not good. The three of them had a change of expression. To be honest, Qin Feiyang's current strength was terrifying even to them. Back then in the Sky Cloud realm, although Qin Feiyang had comprehended the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, the other strongest ultimate mysteries were only the law of cause and effect, the law of death, and the law of life. But now, the ultimate mysteries of the strongest ultimate mysteries had already reached 6. The most important thing was, he had also mastered 2 wills of the heavenly Tao. 2 wills of the heavenly Tao, this was a goal that they would never be able to catch up to. Most likely now, with just the strength of Qin Feiyang alone, it was enough to destroy their 3 major races. It was simply ridiculously strong. Originally, the king and the other 2 could have avoided it. But they knew that if they avoided it now, they would have to attack Qin Feiyang later. They didn't want to attack in the first place. Wasn't this the same as fighting their own people? So, they simply pretended to be in a panic and couldn't avoid it in time and were directly attacked. Their bodies were shattered on the spot. Even more than half of their souls were shattered. Hurry and save them. Seeing that the three were in danger, Laro hurriedly looked at the dragon god and roared. The dragon god was somewhat reluctant. It would be best if these three died. However, due to the fact that in front of Laro, he didn't dare to have any thoughts. As he waved his hand, the long sword that was formed by origin energy shook off Qin Feiyang's origin energy with a clanging sound. Then, it shot toward the monarch and the other two's remnant souls at lightning speed and protected them. Quick! At the same time, Frenzy's anxious roar sounded. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look, and his face immediately changed. At this moment, the white-eyed wolf, Frenzy, Long Qin, and the blazing magic sword were also facing the threat of death head-on. The heavenly tribulation of 15 divine artifacts was really not something they could withstand. Even Long Qin had already taken out the angel sword, but its effect was minimal. The terrifying power of thunder swept in all directions. The Frenzy and the other two's ultimate mysteries were shattered on the spot like rotten wood. The angel sword and the blazing magic sword, as intermediate dominator divine weapons, were also shattered. Seeing that they were about to be drowned by the heavenly tribulation, Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked at the 3,000 incarnations and shouted, "Hurry and help." The 3,000 incarnations immediately turned around, activated their ultimate mysteries, and rushed over. But they were still a step too late. The Frenzy and the other two were drowned by the heavenly tribulation, and their bodies were instantly shattered. The two intermediate dominator divine weapons were also completely disintegrated and torn apart. But fortunately, when the 3,000 incarnations arrived, they hadn't been destroyed yet. They immediately protected the three's remnant souls, the broken angel sword and the blazing magic sword. At the same time, Laro looked at the remnant souls of the king and the other two and said in a deep voice, "Are you guys okay? We're fine. But now, we have lost our fighting strength. Next, we can only rely on you guys." One had to admit that the king and the other two were experts in acting. There were no flaws at all. "Don't worry. We will take revenge for you guys later." Laro comforted them and looked up at Qin Feiyang. He glanced at the remnant souls of the Frenzy and the other two and sneered, "Although you have severely injured the king and the other two, your companions have also lost their fighting strength." Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked with a smile, "And then? Let's see how you will face our anger alone." Laro laughed. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one and shook his head. "Without the divine king, and the human race's supremes, do you think the few of you are worthy of being my opponents? Ha ha, arrogant enough." The inner demons laughed. Qin Feiyang looked up and said playfully, "I heard that you are also very arrogant. As soon as you came out of the Central Dynasty, you went to Mount Supreme and the Heavenly Island and defeated the elites of the three races. Do those trash deserve to be called elites?" The inner demons didn't care. "We have the same opinion on this." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. As he waved his hand, the remnant souls of the three and the two divine weapons disappeared without a trace. "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Hurry up and kill him." Laro roared. "What's the hurry? There's only one heavenly tribulation left." The inner demons glanced at him and said. Elder Yu blew his beard and glared. Did they really have to wait until the other party finished the heavenly tribulation? It was indeed a good thing to be moral, but couldn't they consider the situation? Crack. Boom. The 99th heavenly tribulation finally arrived. Everyone knew. The power of the last heavenly tribulation was the sum of the previous 98. Now, the last heavenly tribulation of the 15 divine weapons arrived at the same time. What kind of scene was this? Although it wasn't as powerful as Qin Feiyang's heavenly tribulation, its power made Qin Feiyang, Laro, and the others feel the danger of death. The dragon god hurriedly waved his hand, and his origin power turned into a shield in front of him. He was afraid that he would be affected. The 3,000 incarnations didn't dare to be careless. Tens of thousands of ultimate intents rose into the air and formed a thick shield wall above the 15 divine weapons. Boom. The 15 heavenly tribulation descended. More than half of the ultimate intents were shattered on the spot. This was the power of 15 heavenly tribulation. It couldn't be described as terrifying. The surging aura swept in all directions. Seeing the ultimate intents being shattered, the 15 divine weapons couldn't help but feel nervous. So many ultimate intents. Don't be unable to block it. And now, they were only one step away from successfully evolving into divine weapons. Don't fail at the last step. Finally, the 15 heavenly tribulation gradually dissipated. The tribulation clouds also quickly retreated and were replaced by golden auspicious clouds. Ha ha, the 15 divine weapons were bathed in golden light and shouted excitedly. Chapter 4193. Among these divine artifacts, other than the axe and the white phoenix divine sword, the other divine artifacts had chosen to follow Qin Feiyang in the past so that they could evolve into sovereign divine artifacts. Now that they had finally succeeded, how could they not be excited? As for the axe, the white phoenix divine sword. The axe was Fire Lotus's divine weapon. The white phoenix divine sword was also Fire Lotus's divine weapon. Elder Hua had given it to her for self-defense. Therefore, both of them had to be treated differently. It's finally over. Qin Feiyang's lips curled into a smile. He had to thank the inner demons and big cousin for this. If they hadn't shown mercy, it would have been even harder for these divine weapons to successfully pass the tribulation. Because if the two of them attacked, he would have to fight with all his strength. As for the demon ancestor, although he had 3,000 clones, he probably wouldn't be able to block the last tribulation of the 15 divine weapons. Clang. Boom. After the final baptism, all 15 divine weapons successfully evolved. Qin Feiyang, we're here to help you. How dare you provoke us? You're courting death. Yes, yes, yes. Chop these old bastards into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Immediately. They rushed to Qin Feiyang's side and yelled. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. These divine weapons were too arrogant. Did they think that they could fight against people of this level just because they had evolved into sovereign weapons? What a joke. With their current strength, they could at most fight against those without the will of the heavens. Experts like Laro, Neptune, and the dragon god could destroy them with a wave of their hand. To fight against experts with the will of the heavens, they needed high-grade sovereign weapons. Mid-grade sovereign weapons were far from enough. Mid-grade sovereign weapons were only equivalent to 10 low-grade sovereign weapons. And an expert with the will of the heavens would have at least 6 ultimate laws. Coupled with the amplification of the will of the heavens, they would have surpassed the limit of mid-grade sovereign weapons. In short, a low-level sovereign weapon could sweep through anyone who didn't have an ultimate profundity. A mid-level dominator divine weapon could sweep through anyone who hadn't grasped the will of the heavenly Tao. A high-grade sovereign weapon could sweep through anyone who controlled the will of the heavenly Tao. Of course, even a high-grade sovereign weapon wouldn't be enough to deal with the 3,000 incarnations, the Demon King True Body, and the Sword of Faith. However, the insults directed at Laro, Neptune, and the Dragon God sounded pretty good. Then, he looked at Laro and the other two. His face was dark, and his veins were bulging. How dare a mere dozen or so low-level dominator weapons challenge them? Laro turned to look at the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. Can you make your move now? The two of them looked at each other and stepped forward. Kill them. No. Don't kill them. Let them live. I want to torture them and let them have a taste of living a life worse than death. Laro's eyes were filled with hatred. Ever since he came to the 4 great continents, he had been played around by Qin Feiyang. This was not only a humiliation to him, but also a trampling on his dignity. So in his heart, he hated Qin Feiyang to the bone. Even Laro was like this, let alone the Dragon God and Neptune. On the other hand, the Divine King and the other two were quite worried. You dare to challenge Qin Feiyang with merely the two of you who don't know life from death? The 15 dominator weapons became arrogant again. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin were stunned. Qin Feiyang also looked at them strangely. Even the inner demons and big cousin dared to fight? Dare I ask, where did you borrow the courage of a leopard? They were really arrogant to the point of no return. All right. Let's teach these guys a lesson they will remember. Qin Feiyang said, they are just 2 young people. They are definitely not that strong. Go and help me kill them. No problem. The Dominator weapons responded and immediately charged toward the inner demons and Lu Jiajin arrogantly. Interesting. The inner demons' lips curled up slightly. Boom. The 6 supreme laws appeared, and the will of the great path erupted. What the hell? The Dominator weapons were shocked. This was called not that strong. While they were stunned, the 6 supreme laws had already arrived in front of them. They could only brace themselves and fully recover in an instant. Divine power roared in all directions. Needless to say, the combined power of 15 Dominator weapons was indeed a little scary. Back in the Sky Cloud realm, even the dragons, the foam people, and the Kirins only had 10 Dominator weapons at most. If it had been back then, 15 Dominator weapons would have been enough to kill gods. But now, in the face of the inner demon's 6 supreme laws, the 15 Dominator weapons were like defeated soldiers, unable to withstand a single blow. With a loud crack, cracks appeared on his body, and in the next moment, he was torn into pieces. So strong. A group of Dominator weapons ran to Qin Feiyang's side as if they were running for their lives. They had been in seclusion in the land of origin, so they were still unfamiliar with the will of the Great Path. This led them to think that even if the other party had mastered 6 supreme laws, they could still fight. After all, they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Little did they know. The divine power of the will of the Great Path could increase the power of an ultimate law by 6 times. In other words, with the support of the will of the Great Path, no matter what ultimate law it was, it could fight against 6 at once. Are you still so arrogant? Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. The 7-star staff was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and said angrily, "Bastard, you are doing this on purpose." The other Dominator weapons were also complaining. "I am taking this opportunity to teach you all a lesson. Our opponents now have long surpassed our enemies in the ancient world and Sky Cloud realm. Low-level Dominator weapons like you can't participate in our battle at all, so don't be arrogant and continue to work hard. As long as you all evolve into high-level Dominator weapons, you will be truly invincible." Qin Feiyang said. "Enemies that have long surpassed the ancient world and Sky Cloud realm, then wouldn't it be meaningless for us to work so hard for so many years to evolve into low-level Dominator weapons?" The Dominator weapons were stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It seemed that the hearts of these Dominator weapons had been hit. He comforted them. "How can it be meaningless? If you don't evolve into low-level Dominator weapons first, how can you evolve into mid-level and high-level Dominator weapons?" "That's true," the 7 stars staff muttered. "Food must be eaten one bite at a time, and the road must be taken one step at a time. Don't be in a hurry." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "All right. You 2 little bastards, don't be in a hurry to be proud. Wait until we evolve into high-level Dominator weapons, then we will settle the score with you." The 7 stars staff roared at the inner demons. The inner demons' mouth twitched. Why were the Dominator weapons around Qin Feiyang like this? They looked like they deserved a beating. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. "Settle the score with the inner demons. Let alone evolving into high-level Dominator weapons, even if they evolved to peak level, they would still be no match for the inner demons." He hurriedly waved his hand and sent the group of Dominator weapons back to the Black Tortoise realm, so that they wouldn't continue to embarrass themselves outside. Lu Jiajin looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled faintly. "You have been waiting for this moment for a long time. You should be the same." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and withdrew the origin energy that was floating at the side. "Yes. Ever since we heard about you, we have been looking forward to meeting you." Lu Jiajin nodded. "Why are you still chatting?" Neptune frowned. "Don't worry about them, as long as they can fight." Eularo waved his hand. They didn't hear the hidden meaning in this conversation. In the eyes of Eularo, Neptune, and the dragon god, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. But in reality, the 3 of them were looking forward to meeting again after being separated for many years. Lu Jiajin glanced at Eularo and the other 2, then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled faintly. "Some people are already impatient. Let's start quickly, don't let me down." This was the expectation of a big brother to his younger brother. Don't worry. I definitely won't let you down. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and threw a punch at Lu Jiajin. You should defeat me first. Because the person who is looking forward to fighting with you the most is me. The inner demons laughed and stepped forward, blocking in front of Lu Jiajin and punching Qin Feiyang. Boom. The two fists collided with a loud bang. A terrifying wave of air immediately rolled out in all directions with the two of them as the center. Lu Jiajin smiled helplessly and could only retreat to the side. Indeed, after so many years, as Qin Feiyang's inner demons, they definitely wanted to be the first to experience the strength of the original body. But now, was the inner demon stronger? Or was Qin Feiyang's original body stronger? It was really exciting. At the same time, Black Tortoise Realm, the Frenzied One, the White-Eyed Wolf, and Longqin's bodies had all been reconstructed. Of course, this was all thanks to the Mermaid Princess. Without the Eye of Life, even with the Law of Life, it would take a long time. The 7-star staff has already come in. Why hasn't old Qin come in yet? Could it be that he is fighting with the inner demons and Lu Jiajin outside? The Frenzied One was surprised. It's possible. The White-Eyed Wolf nodded. Next to him, the Mermaid Princess was also there. Hearing this, a trace of worry appeared on her face. The Frenzied One rolled his eyes and said, "Such a wonderful battle, we definitely can't miss it." This was the first time he saw the inner demons and Lu Jiajin with his own eyes. So he was very curious about the strength of the two. Nonsense. How can we miss their battle? Fire Lotus, come here quickly, the White-Eyed Wolf roared. They are killing each other, shouldn't you be worried? Why are you all so excited? Longqin looked at the two in shock. You're heartless. Worried about them? Come on, don't worry about this, they know their limits better than anyone. The White-Eyed Wolf waved his hand. Swish. Before his voice died away, the Fire Lotus appeared in the yard and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" The White-Eyed Wolf chuckled and said, "Nothing serious, I just want to watch the battle between little Qinzi and the inner demons and big cousin. They are fighting." The Fire Lotus was stunned and quickly waved her hand. The void in front of her was distorted, and the scene outside slowly emerged. They are indeed fighting. Looking at the scene where Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were in a deadlock with their fists colliding, the White-Eyed Wolf and the Frenzied One's eyes lit up. They immediately brought a few chairs and each took out a pot of wine, drinking while watching the battle. This scene made the Mermaid Princess, the Fire Lotus, and the Longqin quite speechless. If Qin Feiyang saw their current posture, he would definitely say that they were careless friends. Moreover, with the White-Eyed Wolf's previous shout, the other people in the Devil's Land also thought that something big had happened, so they all rushed over one after another. The inner demons, Long Chen looked at the two in the picture, his eyes flashing slightly, and said with a smile, "Qin, make me a pot of tea, I want to have a good look." What? Longqin's face stiffened. Someone even more outrageous came? The point was that this person was her brother. Chapter 4194. Land of Nothingness. The wind howled, and a terrifying aura enveloped all directions. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons stood high in the sky, their clothes and long hair fluttering in the wind. Two fists collided, and invisible forces kept colliding, erupting with monstrous power. Your physical body and strength are not bad. The inner demons laughed. Same to you. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth also lifted into a smile. As their voices fell, the two withdrew their fists at the same time and attacked each other again. Whether it was their battle awareness or means, they were not inferior to each other at all. A fierce battle was about to unfold. Their figures intertwined as fast as lightning, and it was almost impossible to see their figures. The sound of collision was deafening. Gradually, the two killed their way out of the land of nothingness. Wherever they went, divine power roared, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Don't hurt the innocent. Yu Laro and the others had been following Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. Seeing this scene, the human race's supremacy immediately shouted anxiously. With the combat strength of these two, once they killed their way into the nearby cities, there would be a scene of blood flowing like a river, As the human race's supremacy, of course, he could not bear to see this happen. His voice was like a bell, and when it fell into the ears of Qin Fei Yang and the inner demons, it gave them a fright. They did not realize that they had already killed their way out of the land of nothingness. Looking at the frantically fleeing beasts in the distance, the two looked at each other and decisively soared into the sky, killing their way up into the sky and into the galaxy. A terrifying aura immediately spread out in the Milky Way. The starry sky trembled. The stars in the distance swayed like leaves in the wind. The Milky Way that stretched as far as the eye could see was undoubtedly the best battlefield. Even if they fought until the sky turned dark, they would not hurt the innocent. The commotion was very big. Not long after, people from all the major races heard the news and rushed over, all wanting to enter the galaxy to watch the battle. But the entrance to the galaxy was sealed by Lu Jiajin, and no one could break in. Even the supremacies and beast gods could only stand outside the galaxy. However, even if the entrance to the galaxy was sealed, everyone could still feel the terrifying battle fluctuations. Many of them felt a sense of dread from the bottom of their hearts. What kind of monsters were these young people? His strength and means were even more frightening than those of the older generation. Within the galaxy, Qin Fei Yang and the inner demons had already entered the depths of the Milky Way. The clash of power and divine power caused the starry sky to collapse violently, as if it was the end of the world. Both of them had injuries of varying degrees on their bodies and were dripping with blood. Qin Fei Yang's blood was purple-gold dragon blood. The blood of the inner demons was no different from that of an ordinary person, but it contained a shocking murderous aura. Every drop of blood had the power to crush mountains and rivers. However, even though their injuries continued to worsen, their fighting spirit continued to soar. How many years had passed since they parted? They couldn't even remember, but their longing for each other had never changed. In the eyes of outsiders, this battle was a battle of life and death. Only they knew the true meaning of this battle. Are you done warming up? It's time to get serious. The inner demons laughed sinisterly. I've already warmed up. Aren't I taking care of you? Qin Fei Yang's eyes flickered with cold light. Haha, sure enough, you're crazy to the extreme. But unfortunately, this time you've met someone who is even crazier than you. The inner demons looked up to the sky and roared. The ultimate mysteries of the various ultimate laws appeared. A total of 6. The will of heavenly Tao shook all directions. Even if you're crazy, you still need to have the capital. Qin Fei Yang took a step forward. The ultimate mysteries of the 6 ultimate laws instantly appeared in the sky, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth as they charged forward. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the 12 ultimate mysteries collided together and erupted with a terrifying destructive force. Is that all? Qin Fei Yang's eyes were like torches, revealing his sharpness. Right now, he had only activated one will of heavenly Tao. If both wills of heavenly Tao were activated, even the inner demons would be crushed. Haha, the inner demons laughed wildly. He had long known about Qin Fei Yang's strength. However, even if Qin Fei Yang had mastered 3,000 incarnations and the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, he still had enough confidence. As for the Eye of Heaven, in a one-on-one battle, it wouldn't play much of a role at all. Because the Eye of Heaven had to replicate the ultimate mysteries of heavenly Tao, the speed was quite slow. During the replication period, as long as one had powerful means, one could forcefully interrupt it. Therefore, in the eyes of the inner demons, Qin Fei Yang's means were only the will of heavenly Tao, the law of life and death, and the 3,000 incarnations. You're laughing quite happily, Qin Fei Yang murmured. This guy, what other means was he hiding? No longer holding back. Qin Fei Yang waved his hand, and the ultimate mysteries of the 6 ultimate laws roared out again. The will of heavenly Tao erupted in full force. The current will of heavenly Tao was many times stronger than before. The starry river within a radius of tens of millions of miles shattered like a mirror and collapsed. Monstrous divine power rolled out. 2 wills of heavenly Tao is indeed scary, but the corners of the inner demon's mouth raised. Boom! In the next moment, the ultimate profundities of his 6 supreme laws appeared, and a will of the great path roared out. What? Qin Feiyang's expression changed. The divine king, the monarch, the human race's sovereign, the dragon god, and Neptune also widened their eyes in disbelief. This person's will of heavenly Tao was also several times stronger than before. It was completely on par with Qin Feiyang's current will of heavenly Tao. How is this possible? Could it be that the inner demons have also comprehended the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death? Black Tortoise World. Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, Dong Zhengyang, and the others also looked at the inner demons in surprise. Because only by comprehending the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death could one master the second will of heavenly Tao. Outside. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the ultimate mysteries of the 12 ultimate laws collided again, and a destructive aura swept out in all directions. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons trembled and flew out at the same time, blood gushing out from the corners of their mouths. Yu Laro, he, Neptune and the dragon god looked at Yu Laro in surprise. Just watch carefully. Yu Laro sneered. Qin Feiyang was very outstanding, no one could deny this. But he was a monstrous genius of the central dynasty, Lu Yuntian, who was not inferior to Qin Feiyang. So strong, Qin Feiyang stabilized his body and looked at the inner demons in shock. Very surprised, right? Yes. In this world, you're not the only one who can comprehend the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death. The inner demons took a step forward and forcibly stabilized his body. A surge of life and death force roared out, and the ultimate mysteries of life and death instantly appeared in the sky, exuding a destructive aura. Qin Feiyang looked at this scene in a daze. Life and Death Kingdom. He really did not expect that the inner demons could also comprehend the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death. Haha, suddenly, Qin Feiyang laughed out loud. Indeed worthy of being his inner demons. If it was someone else, he would definitely not be happy because the law of life and death not only represented strength, but also a supreme glory and recognition of talent and comprehension. But the inner demons were different. The inner demons were born because of him. The inner demons and him were the same person. They were inseparable from each other. This was sharing honor and disgrace. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang was stunned. This guy, could it be that he shared the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death? Because in the past, whether it was the 3,000 incarnations, the divine arts, or the battle souls, he and the inner demons could share them. Don't think too much. The inner demon snickered. Although this sentence was very vague, those who were familiar with them could understand it. There was no sharing. This was comprehended by the inner demons themselves. All right. I want to see how strong you are. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the kingdom of life and death also opened. A life and death battle began again. This time, it was a confrontation of ultimate mysteries. I finally understand why he was able to easily shatter the spirit formation set up by the various exalted on Mount Supreme. The human race Supreme murmured. It's too terrifying. Who would have thought that our divine kingdom would also give birth to such a monstrous young man? The divine king and the monarch also had a look of fear. Thinking back to the last confrontation on the mythical island, they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Yu Laro's appearance at the critical moment, both of them would have died in the hands of this person. This isn't good. Qin Feiyang's several strongest methods, the 3,000 incarnations, the law of life and death, and the will of the heavenly Tao are no longer advantageous. I'm afraid the future situation will be very unfavorable for us. The human race Supreme transmitted his voice. Don't panic. Since we have already made a choice, then we have to believe in this brat. The monarch secretly said. To be honest, he was also a little nervous. However, as the first person to ally with Qin Feiyang, he couldn't show it. Moreover, at that time, they had already made a blood oath. Even if the future was bleak, they had to muster up the courage to go on. In fact, they didn't know that their worries were completely unnecessary. No matter how strong the inner demons and Lu Jiajin were, they were no threat to them. Because they were all on the same side. On the contrary, because the inner demons and Lu Jiajin were strong, they had an advantage. Of course. This required Qin Feiyang to tell them the identity of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. The battle was getting more and more intense. In fact, the two had already activated the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King real body. Qin Feiyang also finally saw the Demon King real body with his own eyes, and it was indeed not the 3,000 incarnations. However, thinking back, the inner demons knew the 3,000 incarnations very well. Using the 3,000 incarnations as a reference, creating the Demon King real body, thinking about it, it didn't seem difficult. Cough cough. Thinking of this, even he couldn't help but blush. Not difficult. If it wasn't difficult, why didn't he create a killing technique like the Demon King real body all these years? The law of life and death, the 6 strongest laws, the will of the heavenly Tao, and the 3,000 incarnations, Qin Feiyang could be said to have gone all out. If it were the monarch, he would have probably fallen under the hands of Qin Feiyang. But facing the inner demons, instead, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. This guy was really too strong. His strength was completely on par with his. If they continued to fight like this, it would definitely be a situation where both sides would suffer. If Big Cousin intervened again, then he would still lose. Chapter 4195. Did you see that? As long as they're willing to help, Qin Feiyang will definitely die. Yu Laro smiled proudly. Yes, yes, yes. Neptune and the other two nodded. So this was Lu Yuntian's true strength. It was indeed terrifying. Following that, the two looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered, "Did you see that? My divine kingdom also has a monster that is no worse than you. This is the foundation of my divine kingdom. No matter how hard your sky cloud realm works, you will never be able to catch up. But for this." Qin Feiyang just smiled faintly. Ignorant people were really terrifying. But then again, what kind of difficulties did the inner demons and Big Cousin have that they wouldn't even give him a chance to communicate secretly? "You dare to be distracted in a battle with me?" Looking at the worried Qin Feiyang, the inner demons frowned and took the opportunity to slap Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang suddenly came back to his senses, but it was already too late. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew deeper into the Star River like a meteorite. The inner demon's murderous aura was monstrous. The 3,000 Demon King true bodies were all tens of thousands of feet tall. They were like gods from hell as they charged towards Qin Feiyang. They were really ruthless. Seeing this scene, the Black Tortoise Realm's madman and the others couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. In the nick of time, the 3,000 incarnations rushed over and activated their ultimate mysteries. The white-eyed wolf breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This bastard inner demons is still the same as before. If it weren't for our relationship, I would have gone out now and taken away his law of life and death. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant." The madman and the others couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Although the white-eyed wolf spoke so fiercely, he actually cared about the inner demons very much. Outside, Yu Laro and the others who were watching the battle were more and more shocked. The battle that was originally between two people had now become a chaotic battle between 6,000 people. The most important thing was, these 6,000 people all grasped the laws of life and death, the ultimate profundities of the 6 supreme laws, and the will of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, they finally had a comprehensive understanding of the strength of Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. With such people and such means, who would be able to fight them? Just like them. In the face of Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, they could only be killed in an instant. This was because once the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King true body were activated, they would be surrounded and beaten up. No matter how strong you are, there's no way you can fight against 3,000 Qin Feiyang, 3,000 inner demons. Qin Feiyang finally recovered. He went all out and attacked the inner demons. This time, he showed no mercy. The battle between the two was undoubtedly even more intense. Blood rained down and dyed the surroundings red. Haha. Watching you fight with your life on the line is really a pleasure. The inner demons laughed. Aren't you the same? After so many years, they finally met. Both of them were happy from the bottom of their hearts. Because this friendship between them was really hard to come by. Scenes of the past involuntarily appeared in their minds. Back then, when the inner demons were just born, Qin Feiyang tried all means to strangle the inner demons. The inner demons also used all means to erase Qin Feiyang's consciousness and replace him. For this, they hated each other and viewed each other as enemies. And they repeatedly confronted each other in their inner worlds. But as time passed, they slowly began to rely on each other and trust each other. Later, when Qin Feiyang became a god, he was shackled and restrained, and the inner demons even wanted to dissipate on their own. It was the same as Long Chen's ice dragon soul. Because if the inner demons didn't disappear, Qin Feiyang couldn't become a god. But in the end, Qin Feiyang relied on his strong will to go against the heavens and successfully stepped into the path of becoming a god. At this time, the friendship between the two was irreplaceable. Later, when they fought with the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang, no matter how dangerous it was, the two never gave up on each other. They walked side by side and fought to the death. Even in the end, the inner demons also wanted to replace Qin Feiyang to open the gate of rebirth and save the world. Although they were stopped by Qin Feiyang in the end, in order to save Qin Feiyang, the inner demons stepped into the miracle without hesitation to find their common enemy, Ice Dragon. The inner demon's sacrifice for Qin Feiyang this time was not something an ordinary person could do. In this world, as long as there were benefits, the other party would help you. But if there were no benefits, who would know you? The friendship between them was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. So both of them were enjoying this moment. However, the others were watching with trepidation, killing the other party by any means. If they were careless, they might be smashed to pieces. What a tough guy. But we can share everything. Why don't we strike first? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He was ready to share the inner demon's demon king true body. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. He couldn't share the inner demon's demon king true body. He tried again and shared the heart demon's nomological profundities. But it didn't work. The invisible connection between them in the past seemed to have been cut off. What was going on? The inner demons seemed to have seen through Qin Feiyang's plan. They grinned and said, "Don't make any more useless efforts. Surrender as soon as possible." When the others heard this, they thought they were persuading Qin Feiyang to give up resisting. But Qin Feiyang knew that the inner demons were hinting that they could no longer share each other's laws and methods. This made Qin Feiyang extremely confused. They could before, so why not now? But he didn't dare to ask. Because now, no matter what the inner demons said, they were extremely vague. Obviously, they were guarding against something. In this case, if he wanted to defeat the inner demons, he could only find an opportunity to open the eye of heaven. That's right. The inner demons were very strong. If they could share everything like before, then they wouldn't be able to tell who was better. Because whether it was strength or methods, they were the same. But now, in the face of the situation where they couldn't share, the inner demons were no match for him. Because he still had the eye of heaven. If they couldn't share, the inner demons couldn't open the eye of heaven. Then, Qin Feiyang's advantage would naturally be revealed. Senior brother, little Qin, white-eyed wolf, opened the ultimate mysteries. With that thought, Qin Feiyang decisively sent a message to the white-eyed wolf and the other two. This battle had been going on for a long time. It was time to end it. The white-eyed wolf and the other two were stunned when they heard this. They jokingly said, "Wouldn't it be a little unfair for you to do this? Then are we really going to fight until both sides suffer? In the end, people like Neptune and the dragon god will take advantage of it." Qin Feiyang secretly thought. That makes sense. The white-eyed wolf nodded. If they continued to fight like this, the final situation would inevitably be mutual destruction. Boom. The three looked at each other. The 6 ultimate mysteries appeared, all containing the will of the heavenly Tao. Outside, Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons. His eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, the 3,000 clones disappeared without a trace. The inner demons were stunned. But in the blink of an eye, they understood. This must be to open the eye of heaven. A trace of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. His divine sense emerged and locked onto the black tortoise world in an instant. Following closely, The various ultimate mysteries appeared and went straight to the Black Tortoise world. Although the Black Tortoise world had evolved, it couldn't withstand the inner demon's ultimate mysteries. 6 ultimate mysteries, the life and death mysteries, and 2 heavenly Tao wills, plus the Demon King true body. This was already far beyond a mid-grade dominator weapon. Even a high-grade sovereign weapon would be destroyed in the face of an inner demon. However, just as the various ultimate laws were about to reach the Black Tortoise world, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air with 3,000 incarnations behind him. Above him were more than 50,000 ultimate laws. This was the ultimate secret of the replication maniac, White-Eyed Wolf, and Long Qin. So fast. The inner demon's expression froze. Otherwise, do you think that I would be so bold as to expose the Black Tortoise realm to the outside world? The entire Black Tortoise realm is enveloped in a time array. Even if it's only been an instant outside, a long time has passed in the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. 3,000 clones, and he had activated his 7 ultimate meanings. In the blink of an eye, the number reached more than 70,000. Apart from the 3,000 realms of life and death, the rest were all ultimate profundities of the strongest laws. What kind of scene was this? Even the inner demons couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in their eyes. Not to mention Yu Laro and the others. As spectators, they couldn't help but feel a sense of despair when they saw the 70,000 ultimate profundities. The outcome has been decided, Qin Feiyang said. The 3,000 clones waved their hands, and the 70,000 ultimate profundities instantly turned into a torrent that rushed toward the inner demons. Eye of Heaven, if not for the Eye of Heaven, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Lu Yuntian. Neptune and the dragon god clenched their fists tightly. Why was the heavens so unfair? Not only had this person comprehended the law of life and death, but he had also activated the 10 strongest war souls. All the good luck had fallen on this person's head. Don't be impatient. We still have one more prodigy. Yu Laro sneered. Hearing this, Neptune, the dragon god, and the king were stunned and immediately looked toward Lu Jiajin. As expected. At this time, Lu Jiajin looked very relaxed. He didn't even feel nervous. He's so calm. What kind of heaven-defying means does this person have? The 5 of them were surprised. One must know. This was more than 70,000 ultimate profundities of the strongest law. Even the dragon god's domain wouldn't be able to withstand it. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the 20,000 ultimate profundities of the inner demons were no match for Qin Feiyang's side and were crushed into pieces. Right at this moment, Lu Jiajin moved. He took a step forward and instantly landed in front of the inner demons. Seeing Lu Jiajin appear, the inner demons couldn't help but laugh. Qin Feiyang also looked at Lu Jiajin with anticipation. Boom. The next moment, a grey wave of air surged out and soared into the sky like a roaring ocean. A mysterious aura surged out as well. What is this? Qin Feiyang frowned. Is this the Eye of Nothingness? However, the Eye of Nothingness shouldn't be in this form. He remembered that when Big Cousin had activated the Eye of Nothingness in the past, a fire wave rushed into the sky and then evolved into a huge fiery red eye. The strongest war soul, the Eye of Nothingness. Lu Jiajin let out a calm smile as a grey eye appeared in the sky. Immediately, a shocking aura burst out from it. It's really the Eye of Nothingness. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. Chapter 4196. But why was the current Eye of Nothingness different from the previous Eye of Nothingness? Could it be, Big Cousin's Eye of Nothingness had evolved? At the same time, the king and the other 2 couldn't help but tremble. This Lu Yunfeng was actually the owner of the Eye of Nothingness. It was really unexpected. No wonder Yu Laro was so calm. One Lu Yuntian was already so terrifying. Now with Lu Yunfeng, who had the Eye of Nothingness, wouldn't Qin Feiyang lose without a doubt? As for whether the Eye of Nothingness had evolved or not, they didn't doubt it at all. Because if it hadn't evolved, this person wouldn't have opened the Eye of Nothingness now. Because an unevolved Eye of Nothingness was useless against Qin Feiyang. In other words, as long as Lu Jiajin opened the Eye of Nothingness now, it must have evolved. The dragon god and Neptune's hearts were also in turmoil. But then, they became excited. This was excitement. The divine kingdom finally had a person with the strongest battle soul. If, even the owner of the Eye of Nothingness was beside Qin Feiyang, then the divine kingdom was really in danger. In my name, everything in the world will turn into nothingness. Lu Jiajin opened his mouth, his voice was ethereal and dignified. The next moment, the Eye of Nothingness opened, and waves of invisible aura surged like a tide. What? Black Tortoise World. Frenzy and the others who were sitting on the chairs suddenly stood up. The others also opened their eyes wide in anger, including Qin Feiyang outside. After the Eye of Nothingness opened, the more than 70,000 ultimates that were attacking the inner demons and Lu Jiajin all turned into nothingness in an instant. They didn't see wrong. They all disappeared in an instant. There was no fluctuation. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. No. It was even more shocking than evaporation. It was really the law that followed the words. Everything in the world turned into nothingness. This is impossible. I must be dreaming. Even the king and the other two and Neptune couldn't help but doubt the scene in front of them. So many ultimates had all disappeared in an instant. Was it magic? That's not right. Back then, the Eye of Nothingness could only nullify the fighting soul's gifted superpower. How is it possible for the ultimate profound to disappear now? Black Tortoise World. The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and asked in surprise. It might be related to evolution. In other words, this is the true Eye of Nothingness. Long Chen said. It has already evolved, the true Eye of Nothingness, the white-eyed wolf muttered. Did that mean that the other half of the Eye of Nothingness was in the Central Dynasty? And Lu Jiajin had stolen his Eye of the Void in the Central Dynasty? This is a good thing. The inner demons are so strong, and Lu Jiajin's Eye of Nothingness has evolved. Our overall strength has increased by a large margin. Madmen laughed loudly. When the others heard this, they could not help but reveal a smile on their faces. That was right. No matter what difficulties the inner demons and Lu Jiajin had, they would return to them sooner or later. At that time, their team would be even stronger. Destroying the sovereign of the divine kingdom would be much easier. Hee. You didn't expect to encounter one of the 10 strongest battle souls, the Eye of Nothingness, outside. The inner demons stared at Qin Feiyang and laughed. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and nodded. Indeed, I didn't expect this. What he meant by didn't expect was that his cousin's Eye of Nothingness had evolved. In the past, he was still looking for the Eye of Nothingness and wanted to help his cousin. Who would have thought that his cousin had already obtained the other half? Wasn't this equivalent to wasting his efforts? So now, do you still want to continue? We are not gentlemen. The inner demons smiled sinisterly. In other words, if they continued to fight, he would join forces with Lu Jiajin. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them. One-on-one, whether it was the inner demons or his cousin, he was confident. However, if the two of them joined forces, it would be a different story. He glanced at Yu Laro and the others standing at the entrance of the Star River. It seemed that this battle couldn't continue. The inner demons actually had the same intention. After fighting for so long, it was about time. If they continued to fight, Qin Feiyang would definitely lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Therefore, it was better to find a chance to slip away as soon as possible. After all, there was still the dragon god eyeing them covetously. They didn't care about the strength of the dragon god himself, but they had to care about the power of origin. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He suddenly looked at the entrance of the Star River and seemed to have discovered something. He exclaimed, "The sovereign of the divine kingdom." What? Lord Sovereign. When Elder Yu and the others heard this, a trace of pleasant surprise instantly crawled up their faces, and they hurriedly turned around to look. However, when they turned around and looked outside the Star River, they found that the sovereign of the divine kingdom was nowhere to be seen. Oh no. We've been fooled. They quickly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. They found him. Qin Feiyang had opened a space-time passage and entered it. Stop him. Yu Laro shouted at the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin were stunned. In fact, they knew very well that Qin Feiyang was trying to divert their attention. After all, they knew Qin Feiyang too well. In order to cooperate with Qin Feiyang and give Qin Feiyang time to leave, they also pretended to look at the entrance of the Star River. Now, hearing Yu Laro's roar, they were stunned at first. Then they looked away and looked at the space-time passage. Bastard! How dare you trick us? The inner demons immediately showed a furious look. They activated an ultimate profound meaning and blasted it at the space-time passage. Boom! The space-time passage shattered on the spot. Purple gold dragon blood spilled out from the shattered void, but there was no trace of Qin Feiyang. At the same time, in the sky above a mountain, Qin Feiyang ran out of the collapsed space-time passage in a sorry state. He was covered in blood. Looking around, except for some beasts, he didn't find anyone else. He turned to look at the collapsed passage and smiled bitterly. This bastard really doesn't know how to show mercy. The inner demon's ultimate profound meaning that collapsed the space-time passage had caused him some injuries. Fortunately, he had been teleported here at that time. Otherwise, he would have fallen out of the space-time passage and appeared in the Star River. Phew! After letting out a long breath, Qin Feiyang directly entered the Black Tortoise realm. Star River. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Yu Laro, Neptune, and the dragon god stared at the inner demons and Lu Jiajin with heavy expressions. The king and the other two were also very angry on the surface, but they were relieved in their hearts. Fortunately, they escaped quickly. Otherwise, if the dragon god attacked, they would be in big trouble. You can't blame us for this. He's too cunning. The inner demons coughed and looked at Yu Laro awkwardly. It would have been better if he didn't speak, but once he did, Yu Laro went berserk. You stop. The inner demons quickly stretched out his hand and said with a dark face, don't scold people. Besides, if you want to blame someone, blame the dragon god. Blame me? The dragon god looked at the inner demons in a daze. How did this matter involve him? Nonsense. You have the power of origin. When my brother opened the Eye of Nothingness, you should have attacked. The inner demons said. How would I know that he would suddenly slip away? The dragon god said angrily. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin suppressed Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's death was a foregone conclusion. He didn't even need to do anything. And he never thought that Qin Feiyang would be able to escape. After all, there were so many of them here. But the other party's cunning was completely beyond imagination. He knew that they respected the ruler, so he used the ruler to divert their attention. That's right. You fought with him for so long, and even you didn't think that he would suddenly slip away. We just met him officially for the first time. How would we know that he was such a cunning person? The inner demons said it so methodically that Yu Laro and the others couldn't refute. Sigh. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's a pity that we missed it. I don't know how long we'll have to wait for the next time. The king sighed deeply, his words full of regret. Next time? You're thinking too much. Qin Feiyang already knows about Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. They definitely won't show up again until they're 100% sure. The human sovereign shook his head. It's all someone's fault. The opportunity was right in front of them. I don't know why they hesitated at that time. Could it be that they're really colluding with Qin Feiyang? The divine king glanced at the dragon god gloomily. Who are you talking about? The dragon god immediately glared at the divine king. Did he think that he deliberately didn't make a move? You know who I'm talking about. The divine king snorted coldly. You, the dragon god was burning with anger. He had already explained. What else did he want? Enough. Elder Yu roared as he gloomily swept his gaze over the group. Let's think of another way. After saying that, he removed the seal on the entrance of the Star River and left without looking back. The king and the other two looked at each other and also turned to leave. Bastard. The dragon god clenched his hands and stared at the shattered Star River. His eyes were burning with anger. What's the use of being angry? Let's go. The Sea King patted him on the shoulder, sighed deeply, and left. I won't let you go. I definitely won't. The dragon god gritted his teeth and roared. He also turned around and left the Star River angrily. Only the inner demons and Lu Jiajin were left here. I didn't expect this guy to be like a loach. I've really underestimated him. The inner demons shook his head and smiled. Actually, we should have thought of it. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant in the divine kingdom for so long? Lu Jiajin sighed. Now you understand. No matter who the opponent is, we can't underestimate them. Suddenly, a dignified voice resounded. Following closely, a stream of light rushed out from Lu Jiajin's body and turned into a blurry figure. Greetings, Emperor. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin actually bowed to this person. And this title was shocking enough. Emperor. This was probably the emperor in charge of the central dynasty. You're not weak, but unfortunately, you're too arrogant. Especially you, Lu Yuntian. You're arrogant and don't put anyone in your eyes. Now look, you've suffered. There was a trace of dissatisfaction in the emperor's tone. Got it. I'll be more careful next time. You're so long-winded. The inner demons snorted. You're still in the right. Looking at the attitude of the inner demons, the emperor was angry. Emperor, please calm down. Lu Jiajin hurriedly came out to smooth things over. He smiled and said, You've seen Qin Feiyang's strength with your own eyes. What do you think of him now? He's a talent. If he can be used by us, that's the best. But if not, then he must be eliminated. The emperor pondered for a while and said. The first half of the sentence had a trace of appreciation, but the second half of the sentence had a shocking murderous intent. Chapter 4198. At the same time, the Black Tortoise World. I didn't expect the inner demons to become so strong. If it weren't for the Eye of Heaven, little Qin Zi wouldn't have been able to defeat him. In the tea garden, the white-eyed wolf said in disbelief. Yes. Madman nodded in agreement. The Demon King's true body, the law of life and death, and the 6 strongest laws. He was not inferior to Qin Feiyang at all. No. The inner demons haven't shown their full strength yet. Long Chen suddenly waved his hand. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The inner demons and Qin Feiyang are the same person. Their methods can be shared. So the inner demons can also open the Eye of Heaven. Maybe because they are afraid of exposing their identities, they didn't share Qin Feiyang's methods. Long Chen said. Yes. The white-eyed wolf patted his head. The inner demons and Qin Feiyang's methods could be shared. No. But Qin Feiyang suddenly waved his hand. No. Everyone was stunned. What did he mean? I tried to open the Demon King's true body of the inner demons, but I found that I can't share it now. The inner demons also responded at that time. Now we can't share it. It was also because I found that I couldn't share it that I decisively opened the Eye of Heaven and won an overwhelming victory. Qin Feiyang explained. Can't share it? What's going on? It can't be. The white-eyed wolf frowned. He knew the situation between Qin Feiyang and the inner demons better than anyone else. Thinking back to the demonic Dragon Island, after the inner demons succeeded in transcending the tribulation, the inner demons could open both divine arts and battle souls. But now, why couldn't they? Swish. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf glanced at Long Chen and Long Qin. Why are you looking at us? Long Qin was suspicious. The white-eyed wolf snorted, It must be your father's doing again. Long Qin and Long Chen looked at each other and immediately rolled their eyes. How could anything be related to their father? According to what you said, the inner demons being able to comprehend the Demon King true body and the evolution of Lu Jiajin's Eye of Nothingness must be related to my father. Then shouldn't you be thanking him? Long Qin said with a sullen face. How could this be related to your father? The white-eyed wolf sneered. Yeah. Then how do you know that the changes in the inner demons are related to my father? If you have a mind to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You're just making wild guesses without any evidence. Long Qin glared at him. Who knows? The white-eyed wolf pouted. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. After Long Qin finished speaking, he turned around and left angrily. This question, Qin Feiyang turned to look at the white-eyed wolf, shook his head, and said, "Without evidence, you really can't talk nonsense. Besides, it's not a bad thing that you can't share." "It's not a bad thing?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. "Yes. Didn't the inner demons always want to be independent? Isn't it just what they want now?" Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The inner demons now were equivalent to completely getting rid of the fate of the inner demons and becoming a true independent self. This should be happy for the inner demons. "That's true." The white-eyed wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then shouldn't you apologize to Long Qin?" "Apologize?" The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and laughed angrily. "Do you think that's possible?" Madman patted the white-eyed wolf on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Wolf, you're a man. A man should be able to pick up and let go. Get lost." The white-eyed wolf glared at him. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Is it possible that this inner demons is not the inner demons we know at all? In other words, he's a fake." "Huh?" Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf. "Fake?" Wasn't this line of thought jumping too quickly? He couldn't keep up with the pace. Fake, impossible. After all, no one can replace the connection between Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. Besides, Lu Jiajin's eye of nothingness is unique. Who has the ability to fake it? Long Chen shook his head. "That's true." The white-eyed wolf nodded and glanced at the direction Long Qin left without leaving a trace. He bared his teeth and said, "Brother is going for a stroll." Fire Dance had been paying attention to the white-eyed wolf from beginning to end. When she heard the white-eyed wolf's words, her eyes flashed slightly as she said with a smile, "I'll accompany you." "Huh?" The white-eyed wolf's expression suddenly became a little flustered as he laughed awkwardly. "What's there to accompany? Hurry up and go into seclusion. If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Fire Dance's eyes turned cold as she twisted the white-eyed wolf's ear and walked towards the direction Long Qin left. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister Feng, be gentle," the white-eyed wolf immediately wailed. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. The others also dispersed one after another. At the scene, only Qin Feiyang, Long Chen, Frenzy, Mu Qing, Demon Ancestor, and Mu Tianyang were left. Frenzy looked at Demon Ancestor and asked, "How long do you need to master the will of heaven?" "It's hard to say." Demon Ancestor shook his head. "If it was just fusing, it would be quite fast. But the problem now was that they needed to comprehend it first. Only after comprehending the corresponding laws could they fuse the ultimate profound. This depended on one's talent and comprehension ability. Hurry up. The current situation is getting worse and worse." Frenzy sighed. If the Central Dynasty didn't interfere, they could still deal with it with their strength. But now, it was a bit tricky. Especially the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, who knew what they were afraid of. Originally, they planned to ask the inner demons and Lu Jiajin about the Central Dynasty's foundation. It would be easier to deal with it if they knew the foundation of the Central Dynasty. But now, even if they were face to face, they couldn't communicate. "Tell me, what difficulties do they have?" Frenzy frowned. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin weren't weak now, so there was no reason for them to be so timid. "Maybe they are being monitored," Qin Feiyang sighed. Because from the current performance of the two, they met the conditions of being monitored. Monitoring? Mu Qing was taken aback and frowned. With the inner demon's character, who would dare to monitor him? Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, and Demon Ancestor were naturally very clear about the temper of the inner demons. Dare to monitor him? Even if it was the Emperor, he would dare to resist. Demon Ancestor pondered for a while and said, "I guess the biggest possibility is that they should be planning something." "What are they planning?" everyone murmured. "Let's not talk about this first." Long Chen waved his hand, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Seeing that the inner demons and Lu Jiajin didn't die, did your hatred for my father in your heart disappear a little?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head in silence. Frankly speaking, when he saw the inner demons and big cousin appear in front of him alive, the hatred in his heart for Ice Dragon did indeed fade a lot. But to really let it go, he couldn't do it now. If back then, if If back then, my father left the inner demons and Lu Jiajin behind, not to hurt them but to train them, in that case, would you still hate him? Long Chen asked with a smile. Train them? Qin Feiyang frowned. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin's talent are definitely not bad. But, think about it carefully. If no one trained them carefully, could they grow so fast? And the person who nurtured them is definitely my father. Long Chen said with a smile. Qin Feiyang's heart was in a mess. Ice Dragon had targeted him time and time again. Would he be kind enough to train the inner demons and big cousin? Wasn't this a fantasy? But, now, the strength of the inner demons and big cousin was indeed in front of him. Without the careful training of a supreme expert, it was impossible for them to grow so fast. Then all of this must be related to Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon, what was this old thing trying to do? This matter, Demon Ancestor pondered for a while and said with a smile, let's wait for the inner demons and Lu Jiajin to come back and hear what they have to say before making a decision. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, now, the Eye of Nihility, Eye of Heaven, Eye of Evil, Eye of Despair, Eye of Life, Eye of Destiny, and Eye of Heaven have all evolved. The Eye of Destruction and Eye of Oblivion have also been found. Only the Eye of Reincarnation is left. Speaking of the Eye of Reincarnation, Long Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. But it disappeared very quickly, like a flash in the pan, no one noticed. Frenzy frowned and said, could the other half of the Eye of Reincarnation also be in the Central Dynasty? It's possible. Demon Ancestor and the other two nodded. If the other half of the Eye of Reincarnation is really in the Central Dynasty, then the inner demons and big cousin will definitely know. Seems like we have to find a chance to ask them. Qin Feiyang said thoughtfully. How do we ask? Frenzy was suspicious. Even voice transmissions were taboo, let alone directly asking. There's a way. But I'm thinking, if the Eye of Reincarnation isn't in the Central Dynasty, where should we find it? Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Qing said, if it's not in the Central Dynasty, then it's very likely in the Sky Cloud domain. It's just that this person hides very well, so no one knows. Then is it possible that it's in the ancient realm? Mu Tianyang asked. Impossible. Qin Batian has been in the ancient realm for so many years. If the other half of the Eye of Reincarnation is really in the ancient realm, it would have been discovered by him. Demon Ancestor waved his hand. That's true. Mu Tianyang nodded. Back in the ancient realm, as the sovereign of the Dragon Slayer Palace, Qin Batian could be said to be an existence that could cover the sky with one hand. What could escape his eyes and ears? Let's look in the 4 great continents first. We'll ask the monarch, the divine king, and the human race for help. With their help, no matter how low-key this person is, he won't be able to escape the monarch's pursuit. If there's no one in the 4 great continents, then we'll target the Central Dynasty. If there's no one in the 4 great continents and the Central Dynasty, then when we return to the Sky Cloud domain, we'll do another round of investigation. Qin Feiyang said. That's the only way for now. The Demon Ancestor and the other two nodded. That's fine. Hurry up and cultivate. Senior brother, let's go find the white-eyed wolf. We'll go out later. Qin Feiyang finished the tea in his cup and stood up with a smile. Where are we going? Frenzy was suspicious. After this battle, Yu Laro and the others will definitely think that we'll be quiet for a while. So, they will more or less relax their vigilance. This is undoubtedly an opportunity for us. Qin Feiyang said, his eyes flashing. When Frenzy heard this, he suddenly came to a realization and the corner of his mouth raised into a playful smile. Chapter 4199. On the other side. The white-eyed wolf was suffering. Fire Dance kept pulling his ear, making him beg for mercy in pain. After a while, Fire Dance finally loosened her grip and snorted through her nose. The white-eyed wolf rubbed his ear and complained, Sister Feng, can't you talk nicely? There are so many people watching. How embarrassing would it be for me if I had to resort to violence? You're so thick-skinned. Do you still need face? Let's talk about it later. I'm giving you face. Have you ever given me face? Fire Dance glared at him angrily. Why didn't I give you face? The white-eyed wolf felt wronged. She didn't fight back when he was hit or scolded. What else did she want him to do? Fire Dance said angrily, "You're flirting with Long Qin in front of me. Is this giving me face?" Flirting? What do you mean? As soon as she said this, the white-eyed wolf felt wronged. There was no such thing. What do you want me to say about you? Go and ask everyone. Who didn't see that unusual relationship between you two? Only the two of you didn't notice it. Fire Dance rubbed her forehead. Why did she fall for such a fool? An extraordinary relationship? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Was there? No way. He was against Long Qin from the bottom of his heart. They usually didn't like each other. How did it become unusual? It's indeed a mystery of the authorities. The onlooker sees more clearly. Fire Dance shook her head and sighed. Don't say that. Don't misunderstand. There's really nothing between me and her. The white-eyed wolf hurriedly explained. I didn't misunderstand. Besides, even if there's really something between you two, it doesn't matter. Because we're not married yet. We're free to love. Fire Dance said lightly. Huh? What do you mean? Don't tell me that you've fallen in love with someone else. The white-eyed wolf's face turned slightly pale. What nonsense are you talking about? Fire Dance glared at him. He made it sound like she was a promiscuous woman. That's good. White-eyed wolf heaved a sigh of relief. He hugged Huawu's slender waist and bared his teeth. Little sister Feng, don't worry. In this life, I will only marry you. If anyone dares to stop me, I will exterminate their entire family. You're not being serious. Fire Dance rolled her eyes, but she was touched. She snuggled into the white-eyed wolf's embrace and smiled. Actually, I won't object if you're interested in Long Qin. But you can't abandon the old for the new. White-eyed wolf was taken aback. He lowered his head to look at Fire Dance's face and asked cautiously, "Are you testing me?" Fire Dance rolled her eyes again. After being in love for so long, he still didn't understand her. Was she such a cunning woman? White-eyed wolf knew that he had said something wrong and quickly smiled apologetically. Actually, Long Qin is not bad. But the key is her identity. She is the apple of Ice Dragon and Long Zun's eyes. Ice Dragon and Long Zun will definitely not allow the two of you to be together. Taking a step back, even if the two of them agree and you and Long Qin really get together, how will you choose your side when Qin Feiyang and Ice Dragon fall out? Fire Dance furrowed her beautiful brows, looking rather annoyed. However, White-eyed Wolf was speechless when he heard that. He comforted her, "Don't worry. That will never happen. Don't say that too early." Fire Dance shook her head. White-eyed Wolf rubbed his forehead helplessly. Why didn't she believe it? All right. Fire Dance shook her head and got up. Let's not talk about this for now. Hurry up and apologize. Apologize for what? White-eyed Wolf asked guiltily. Still pretending? Didn't you find an excuse to leave so that you can apologize to Long Qin? Fire Dance looked down on him. White-eyed Wolf laughed dryly. It didn't seem to be a good thing for a woman to be too smart. You're a man. Don't dilly-dally. Also, you're a man. You have to be more open-minded. Don't be calculative with women. Fire Dance glared at him. Okay. I'll listen to you. White-eyed Wolf nodded and kissed Fire Dance's cheek unexpectedly. Then, he ran away without a trace. Fire Dance's cheeks turned red. But then, she sighed bitterly. Although she said it very generously, which woman in the world didn't want to have a complete love? The Devil's Land. In the West. Bastard. You're simply unreasonable. A woman sat on a rock, grabbed a small stone next to her, and kept smashing the medicinal herbs in front of her. Her red face was full of anger. It was Long Qin. Cough, cough. Suddenly, there was a cough behind her. Long Qin was shocked. She turned her head and glared at the person who came, saying angrily, "Are you trying to scare me to death? If you're angry, just come at me. Don't waste the medicinal herbs here, okay?" White-eyed Wolf was unhappy. "I'm happy to. Besides, Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. Why are you interfering? Just looking at you makes me upset. Get lost." Long Qin snorted coldly. White-eyed Wolf smiled awkwardly, walked to Longqin's side, and braced himself. I'll apologize to you. Apologize? Longqin was surprised. I'm telling you, don't push your luck. Lowering my head and apologizing is already my greatest limit. For White-eyed Wolf, apologizing was indeed quite difficult. Because he was a person who cared about his face. You're not sincere. Longqin snorted coldly. Then what do you want? White-eyed Wolf frowned. Were all women so difficult to deal with? Apologize. Shouldn't you have the attitude of an apology? Look at you now. Do you look like you're apologizing? People who don't know will think that I owe you a debt. Longqin glared at him angrily. White-eyed Wolf was stunned. He controlled his temper, bowed, and said, I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize to you. Please forgive me. That's more like it. Longqin muttered, but his attitude was very arrogant. His attitude was that he didn't accept his apology. White-eyed Wolf couldn't help but feel angry. You said that my attitude isn't good. Fine, I'll change my attitude. My attitude now is good enough, but you're giving me a cold shoulder. What do you mean? If you don't answer, I'll take it that you've accepted my apology. White-eyed Wolf asked. Whatever. Longqin waved his hand indifferently, but his expression did soften a lot. I can't understand a woman's mind. White-eyed Wolf shook his head. After pondering for a while, he looked at Longqin and said, Well, there's something I want to discuss with you. What's the matter? Longqin was suspicious. Let's bicker in the future, White-eyed Wolf said. Longqin turned to look at White-eyed Wolf. I'm afraid that everyone will misunderstand. Now everyone is already discussing that we're suspected of flirting. So I think we should calm down in the future. Don't quarrel so easily. It doesn't matter to you. After all, you're single. But I'm different. I'm taken now. What if Sister Feng misunderstands? White-eyed Wolf said. She's taken? Longqin rolled his eyes. How shameless. He didn't know where he found the confidence to praise himself like this. What do you think? White-eyed Wolf asked with a smile. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with praising himself like this. You have the nerve to ask. Even if everyone misunderstands, I'm the one who will suffer the most. After all, I'm a woman. Besides, is it wrong for me to be single? Do I deserve to be unlucky because I'm single? Longqin said angrily. Aren't men and women equal now? White-eyed Wolf bared his teeth. Get lost. Longqin's face darkened. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Okay. I'll get lost. White-eyed Wolf nodded and quickly turned to leave. He was afraid that if this continued, they would quarrel again. Looking at White-eyed Wolf's back view leaving without looking back, Longqin felt a trace of disappointment in her heart. Even she was a little confused by this inexplicable emotion. What are you thinking about? Not long after, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy came over. Seeing White-eyed Wolf, who was absent-minded and silent with his head lowered, and didn't even notice that he had stepped on the herbs in the herb field, they couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Ah! White-eyed Wolf quivered. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and Frenzy and asked in confusion, Why are you here? You still haven't noticed us? The two looked at each other. This wolf cub seemed a little strange. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? White-eyed Wolf glared at the two. What did you say to Longqin? Frenzy was curious. Nothing, White-eyed Wolf shook his head, but then he glared at Frenzy and said, Why are you like a woman, so gossipy? What does it have to do with you? Frenzy was stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, Did he suffer some kind of stimulation? Who knows? Qin Feiyang shrugged. What's the matter? White-eyed Wolf looked at the two impatiently. In fact, when he turned to leave Longqin, an inexplicable emotion rose in his heart. It seemed that something was missing. Moreover, this inexplicable emotion was getting stronger and stronger. So he was a little irritable. It's nothing serious. I just want you to go out for a walk. Qin Feiyang laughed. I'm not in the mood. White-eyed Wolf shook his head and brushed past the two. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other. But after taking a few steps, White-Eyed Wolf suddenly stopped, pondered for a moment, and muttered, "It's good to go out and relax." He then turned around to look at Qin Feiyang and the other man, and urged, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." The two were stunned. Wasn't he not in the mood? Qingtian City. He was no longer unfamiliar with this city. However, it was the first time Qin Feiyang and the other two entered this city. The three of them changed their appearances and rushed to the sky above the city. The city guards came forward to interrogate them, but when they took out the Mount Supreme Law Enforcer token, they didn't dare to ask anything and immediately let them go. Back then, Qin Feiyang had always kept the identity token given to them by the human race supreme being, because it would definitely be useful in the future. Although this time, they didn't wear the uniform of the law enforcers, as long as they had the token, it was enough to pass through unimpeded. In a restaurant, the three of them sat in the hall. Because they weren't wearing the uniform of the law enforcers and had put away the token, no one paid attention to them. All kinds of discussions were endless. What was the result of the battle between Qin Feiyang and the king in the Voidland? Doesn't anyone know? I do know a little. Really? Of course, I was in the Voidland at that time, but the entrance to the Star River was sealed, so I couldn't enter the Star River to watch the battle with my own eyes. As soon as these words came out, it immediately aroused the curiosity of everyone in the hall. Chapter 4200. Qin Feiyang and the other two also looked over with interest. It turned out to be a burly man dressed in ordinary clothes with a face full of stubble, looking a bit sloppy. "You can, but today's wine," the bearded man glanced at the people in the hall. Although he didn't finish his words, the meaning was quite obvious. "Uncle, I'll treat you to this wine." A young man in a brocade robe laughed proudly. "How can I accept?" The bearded man quickly waved his hand. Just when the young man in brocade thought that the burly man was going to be polite to him, the bearded man beckoned to the waiter not far away. Everyone looked at the burly man in confusion. The waiter ran to the burly man's table. "Give me 10 jars of God's nectar," the bearded man said with a smile and then pointed to the young man in brocade. "Put it on that little brother's tab." The young man in brocade's mouth twitched. He really thought that he was going to be polite to him. It seemed that he was too naive. The waiter was also stunned and couldn't help but look at the young man in brocade and ask, "Young master, you see, go, go, go." The young man in brocade was helpless. Since he had already said it, how could he take it back? "Okay. 10 jars of God's nectar will be sent right away," the waiter immediately shouted and turned around to leave. "Brother, can you tell me now?" The young man in brocade was very distressed. He often came to this restaurant and knew the price of God's nectar. 10 jars of God's nectar would cost him half a month of pocket money. "No hurry, no hurry." The bearded man waved his hand. The young man in brocade's face darkened, still keeping people in suspense. After a while, several waiters ran over with 2 jars and neatly placed them on the burly man's table. The burly man couldn't wait to open the jar. Wine dragon. The white-eyed wolf and the madman's eyes lit up. It was divine wine. This divine kingdom was really unusual. To think that such a small restaurant would actually have divine wine hidden in it. The bearded man held the jar and gulped it down like a whale. After a while, the jar was emptied. The bearded man finally put down the altar in satisfaction and turned to the young man in brocade and said gratefully, "Thank you, little brother." "You're welcome." The young man in embroidered clothes waved his hand with a fake smile. "No one knows about the battle in the Milky Way. Because the entrance to the Star River is sealed, no one can enter the Star River." The bearded man said. "Then what are you talking about?" The brocade-robed youth's face turned black and he immediately stepped forward to take away the rest of the God's nectar. "Little brother, don't worry, don't worry. Let me finish." The bearded man hurriedly stopped the golden-robed youth and said with a smile, "Although I didn't witness the battle in the Star River with my own eyes, when the monarch and the others came out of the Star River, I could still see many clues." The youth in embroidered clothes withdrew his arm and frowned. "What clue?" The bearded man said, "Your Majesty, the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, was in a remnant soul state at that time." "What? Remnant soul state? Everyone's face was filled with shock. That's right. According to our speculation, they must have been seriously injured by Qin Feiyang. Think about it. Even the monarch and the other two were beaten to the point that only their souls were left. You can imagine how intense the battle in the galaxy was. The bearded man said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. In fact, they didn't know that the monarch and the other two had been seriously injured before entering the Star River. It was just that no one could get close to the central area in the Voidland, so they thought that the monarch and the other two were seriously injured by Qin Feiyang in the Star River. And Neptune, the dragon god, and the old man from the Central Dynasty, although they didn't have any injuries, their faces were extremely ugly. Obviously, Qin Feiyang must have the upper hand in the battle in the Star River. The bearded man smiled. Your Majesty, the Divine King, the Sovereign, Neptune, the Dragon God, and the experts from the Central Dynasty, such a powerful lineup, but they couldn't do anything to Qin Feiyang. What kind of monster is this man? Everyone was in disbelief. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's a monster. But, previously, another piece of news came from the East Continent. It seems like Qin Feiyang was defeated in this battle. The bearded man frowned. What? Qin Feiyang lost? Everyone was stunned. Yes. It said that the news was released by the beast race. They said that there are two great geniuses in the Central Dynasty, one called Lu Yuntian and the other Lu Yunfeng, who are a pair of brothers. According to the news released by the beast race, the two brothers are very powerful. In the end, it seems that Qin Feiyang was defeated and fled in panic. The bearded man said. No way. Qin Feiyang has 3,000 incarnations, the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, and the eye of heaven. How could he be defeated? Many people were in disbelief. So, I can't tell whether the news released by the beast race is true or false. But no matter what, the ones who suffered in this battle are definitely the monarch and the others. The bearded man shook his head and sighed. Why are you sighing? It has nothing to do with you. The brocade-robed young man rolled his eyes. This news was not worth 10 jars of God's nectar. Although I'm not strong enough, I'm still a member of the divine kingdom. As the saying goes, we're bound together for good or ill. The fact that the monarch and the others were defeated by Qin Feiyang is also a trampling on me. I feel sad and indignant. The bearded man sighed. Then, he hugged another jar of wine and gulped it down. Hearing this, the people around fell silent. Yes, they were all members of the divine kingdom. They were bound together for good or ill. Why don't we all go and crusade against Qin Feiyang? Suddenly, someone shouted. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. And it aroused public indignation. It seemed that everything he was doing now was for the good of the people of the divine kingdom. Logically speaking, she should have thanked him. Crusade? Forget it. Although there's strength in numbers, Qin Feiyang's strength has far exceeded the limit of this sentence. It's no exaggeration to say that his strength alone is now enough to destroy the entire human race. So we ordinary people shouldn't join in the fun. The bearded man shook his head. Yes. With our strength, we'll only add to the chaos. The brocade-robed young man nodded. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. These people were still a little bit rational. There's breaking news. At this time, accompanied by a hurried roar, a black-clothed young man hurried over from the gunship. In an instant, the people in the hall all looked up. The black-clothed young man took a few breaths, glanced at the people in the hall, and walked to the brocade-robed young man and said, Brother Zhao, just a while ago, there was news from the East Continent that a man named Qin Batian appeared on the Sea God Island. What? Qin Batian? The brocade-robed young man stood up suddenly. The others were also excited. This Qin Batian was actually Qin Feiyang's ancestor, and his strength was also extremely terrifying. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the other two's eyes were also full of doubts. Qin Batian? Why was the ancestor in the East Continent? Wait, the Qin Batian this person mentioned was not the ancestor, but the mysterious young man, because this young man had always been pretending to be Qin Batian. Since entering the Divine Kingdom, the young man had left alone, and there was no news about him until now. But they never expected that he would appear on the Sea God Island now. Why did he go to the Sea God Island? Could it be that he heard about the inner demons and Lu Jiajin and wanted to experience it for himself? Are you really Qin Batian? The madman stood up, looked at the black-clothed young man, and asked. The black-clothed young man glanced at the madman and nodded. Yes, because I have a friend who has already rushed to the Sea God Island. The Sea God Island, the madman muttered, took out a few hundred soul stones, threw them on the table, and got up to open a space-time passage. Everyone looked at the madman with surprise. They didn't expect that he had mastered the space-time law. Let's go. The madman looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and said. The three immediately walked in. Brothers, take us with you. The brocade-robed young man shouted, threw away the wine cup in his hand, and hurriedly ran toward the space-time passage. The black-clothed young man also quickly followed. The bearded man rolled his eyes, put away the remaining 8 jars of God's nectar on the table, and ran toward the space-time passage. Young master, you haven't paid the bill yet. Seeing this, the waiter of the restaurant hurriedly shouted to the brocade-robed young man. Put it on my bill, and I'll pay it another day. The brocade-robed young man said without turning his head. Chapter 4202. East Continent. Sea God's Island. At this moment, the core members of the oceanic race were all gathered in the sky and looking at the sky. Terrifying ripples of battle surged out from the Star River like a tide. From the sounds of the battle, one could tell that the battle was in the depths of the Star River. Even so, it was like the end of the world outside. This showed how terrifying the battle in the Star River was. In the distance, as a spacetime tunnel appeared, Qin Feiyang and the other two walked out one after another. They immediately raised their heads and looked at the sky. The black-shirted young man, the brocade-robed young man and the bearded man also walked out. Their faces were filled with shock when they felt the shocking waves. Why are you following us? The white-eyed wolf glanced at the three of them. The brocade-robed young man was dazed. He turned to the three and smiled, just to watch. You don't know what's good for you. Is this something you can watch? The white-eyed wolf said in disdain. What did you say? The brocade-robed young man raised his eyebrows with a hint of anger. We just borrowed the tunnel. What's there to be proud of? The white-eyed wolf took out the enforcer's token. The brocade-robed young man's expression changed when he saw the enforcer's token. Although he was also from a famous family, he didn't dare to act recklessly in front of the enforcers of Mount Supreme. The black-shirted young man and the bearded man were also shocked. They quickly bowed and said, Greetings, enforcers. The brocade-robed young man's face turned pale and he hurriedly said, I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me. The white-eyed wolf looked around in disdain. Buzz. Clang. Time tunnels and time teleportation divine artifacts appeared in the sky. Figures flew out one after another. There were the human race, the celestial race, the beast race, and the purple-gold divine dragon race. Because this was the Sea God's Island, the sacred land of the oceanic race, they had to be able to protect themselves. Boom. Suddenly, a few powerful auras appeared. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked over and saw Heavenly Lord Ji, the God race and the human race step out of the time tunnel. Why are they here? Monarch, Divine King, where is Ji Zun? White-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. Are you stupid? Didn't old Qin destroy their bodies in the land of nothingness? Right now, I'm repairing my body. Madman rolled his eyes at him. Yeah. The white-eyed wolf smacked his head and laughed dryly. What a stupid question. Let's go. Follow them. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He brought the white-eyed wolf and the crazy one to the front of the human Great Venerable. He bowed and said, Greetings, Venerable. You are. The Great Venerable was looking at the sky. When he heard this, he couldn't help but size up the two of them with suspicion. The three of us are law enforcers. Qin Feiyang took out the law enforcement token. There were a lot of enforcers in Mount Supreme. All enforcers belonged to the Law Enforcement Hall and were led by the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. The Great Venerable was second only to the Supremes of the human race in Mount Supreme. He basically wouldn't ask about the matters of the Law Enforcement Hall. Even if there was something, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall would meet the Great Venerable in person, so he wasn't familiar with the law enforcers below him. Seeing Qin Feiyang take out the token, he didn't suspect anything. However, he frowned and said, "What are you doing here?" Qin Feiyang put away the token and said respectfully, "We received news that Qin Batian has appeared, so we came to investigate." "I see." The Great Venerable nodded and asked, "What's the situation now?" "I don't know. I've just arrived." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Let's go up and take a look." Heavenly Lord Ji didn't pay much attention to Qin Feiyang and the other two because they had changed their appearances. "It's dangerous here. Leave quickly," the Great Venerable said to Qin Feiyang and the other two, then flew into the sky with Heavenly Lord Ji and the Great Venerable of the God race. Well, Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened. He wanted to get close to the Great Venerable because he wanted to enter the Universe River with the Great Venerable to watch the battle. Because the entrance to the Universe River must have been blocked. With their current identities, Neptune and the others wouldn't give them any face. But unexpectedly, the Great Venerable was so concerned about his subordinates that he wanted them to leave this place as soon as possible. "Uncle, take us with you." The mad scientist rolled his eyes and said. "Huh?" Heavenly Lord Ji was startled. "Uncle? Who was talking to him?" "It's us." "Me, mad scientist." The mad scientist thought. "Mad scientist?" Heavenly Lord Ji was startled and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. The mad scientist immediately winked, which was very funny. Heavenly Lord Ji immediately realized and the corner of his mouth twitched. It was these three little bastards. They're really bold. Not only did they pretend to be the enforcers of Mount Supreme, but they also secretly came to the Sea God's Island. What's wrong? The two venerables looked at Heavenly Lord Ji suspiciously when they saw him suddenly stop. Nothing. Heavenly Lord Ji waved his hand and waved at Qin Feiyang and the other two. "You three come with us." "They're coming with us?" The venerable of the human race was startled. "Yes. If there's an emergency, they can also ask for help on behalf of us." Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. "That's true." The venerable of the human race nodded. After all, the one who appeared now wasn't an ordinary person, but Qin Batian. He was someone who wasn't any weaker than Heavenly Lord Ji. When the time came, Qin Feiyang and the others might even come after hearing the news. So, Qin Feiyang and the other two followed Heavenly Lord Ji and the other two and flew into the sky. Seeing Heavenly Lord Ji and the other two, the members of the Oceanids gathered in the sky all bowed and then retreated to the side, making a path for them. Although the three of them weren't as powerful as the king, the Divine King and the 9 Supremes, they still had a lot of prestige in the Divine Kingdom. The closer they got to the Star River, the more intense the battle became. "I say, you three brats, why are you guys everywhere?" Heavenly Lord Ji flew towards the Star River and said with a helpless tone. "It's such a big matter, of course we have to come and take a look." The madman snickered. Heavenly Lord Ji rolled his eyes and thought, "Then why are you calling me uncle? Aren't you messing up the seniority?" "Is that so? Qin Batian and I are brothers, and you're Qin Batian's uncle. Although it's a bit rude for me to call you uncle, the seniority isn't messed up." The madman snickered secretly. "What? You're brothers with him? Then what's your relationship with Qin Feiyang?" Heavenly Lord Ji was a bit confused. What was going on? "Old Qin and I." The madman paused for a second and snickered. "Of course we're brothers." Heavenly Lord Ji's mouth twitched. He was brothers with Qin Batian and Qin Feiyang. What a messy relationship. Actually, according to seniority, Qin Feiyang should also call me ancestral patriarch. But there's no other way. He's very unruly and has no respect for his elders. If you have time, you can teach him a good lesson. The madman snickered. Heavenly Lord Ji couldn't help but show a look of disdain. "You're talking as if you're very well behaved. You're just trash, and you still have the cheek to talk about others." Finally, the 6 of them arrived at the entrance of the Star River. Yu Laro, Neptune, the Dragon God, Lu Jiajin, and the other 8 elites of the Central Dynasty were all there. "Why are you here? Where are the king and the others?" The Dragon God raised his eyebrows. Heavenly Lord Ji frowned and looked at the dragon god with a cold face. Father was seriously injured by Qin Fei Yang in the Voidland. Don't you know about this? The dragon god was startled and then looked a bit embarrassed. Humph. Heavenly Lord Ji snorted and bowed. Greetings, Senior Yu Laro. Father knew that Qin Batian had appeared, so he asked me to come and help. Yu Laro nodded and glanced at the two overlords, then glanced at Qin Fei Yang and the others. He didn't pay much attention to them and looked into the depths of the Star River. Qin Fei Yang and the others stood behind Heavenly Lord Ji and looked into the depths of the Star River. On the battlefield, thousands of figures kept colliding. They were the inner demons and the young man. The thousands of extra figures were their 3,000 incarnations and their demon king true bodies. Ultimate intents collided crazily, causing the Star River in all directions to collapse. The battle was extremely fierce. Are you sure you're Qin Batian? The inner demons laughed. If I'm not Qin Batian, where would I get my 3,000 incarnations? Even though he was fighting with the inner demons, the young man still looked sleepy and yawned. I didn't expect Qin Batian to be so strong. The Qin clan is really impressive, but you're all defeated in front of me. The inner demon's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. The ultimate intent of life and death roared and the will of heaven burst out. As Qin Batian's inner demons, how could he not know what Qin Batian looked like? Although he hadn't entered the ancient world when he entered the divine ruins for the second time and hadn't seen Qin Batian's true body with his own eyes, there were statues of Qin Batian in the sacred land of the Great Qin and the mermaid race. So, he immediately recognized that the man in front of him was an imposter. However, he had also heard of the matter regarding the young man and Qin Fei Yang barging into the Scandinavia. Since the young man had impersonated Qin Batian, he had already obtained Qin Fei Yang's approval, so he didn't expose him. Of course, he didn't dare to expose it in front of him. After all, there was still a consciousness in his body that was monitoring him. The moment the inner demons activated the ultimate intent of life and death, the 3,000 demon king true bodies also activated the ultimate intent of life and death. Their combat strength instantly soared. Heavenly Lord Ji and the two supremacies couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they saw this scene. After the king and the other two returned, they had told them about the strength of the inner demons. But even though they already knew in advance, they couldn't help but shudder when they saw it with their own eyes. Qin Fei Yang's strength was already obvious to all. However, at this moment, a man who wasn't inferior to Qin Fei Yang at all was born in the divine kingdom. What kind of monsters were these? They had actually comprehended the rarely seen intent of life and death. If it were them, they wouldn't be a match for the inner demons at all. No, it was a complete suppression. A complete suppression without any power to fight back. How can he break the ultimate intent of life and death? Qin Fei Yang and the other two also looked at the young man with anticipation. The young man's strength had always been a mystery. No matter how strong they had become, they could always feel an invisible pressure when facing the young man. Perhaps this time, the battle between the young man and the inner demons could let them completely see his strength. Chapter 4203. Rumble. 3001 Ultimate profundities of the law of life and death shot towards the young man. The laws of life and death. The young man raised his head and glanced at the 3001 ultimate laws, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly. Seeing this expression, Qin Fei Yang and the other two shuddered. This was a display of confidence. And it was not ordinary confidence. There was even a trace of contempt in his eyes. Seeing that the 3001 laws of life and death were about to come, the young man raised his arm and crossed his index finger and thumb, and a crisp finger snap sounded in the galaxy. The next moment, the dog's tail grass in his mouth suddenly erupted with a monstrous power. A colorful origin force rolled out from it. What? Origin energy. The appearance of this scene shocked everyone. That's right. This was the origin energy. Last time when the young man used the origin energy in the void, Heavenly Lord Ji and the two supremacies were present, so they knew how powerful the origin energy was. Neptune, the dragon god, and Eularo could not help but show a trace of horror on their faces. Because this matter was not unfamiliar to them. Although they did not see it with their own eyes back then, they had long heard of it. It was said that the origin energy this person controlled was even more powerful than the origin energy of the divine kingdom. At that time, even the sovereigns were helpless. How could they not be afraid of this kind of source energy? As for Qin Feiyang and the other two, they were more furious. That bastard. Back then in the void, he had clearly told them that he only had one source of origin energy. But now, another source of origin energy had popped out of nowhere. No. It was not just one, but a whole bunch. This was obviously a bluff back then. Unreliable guy. At the same time, the smile on the inner demon's face also froze. Origin energy. Who exactly was this guy? Rumble. A large amount of origin energy turned into a huge wave and rolled out. A shocking scene appeared. The heart demon's 3001 life and death laws couldn't even withstand a single blow, instantly collapsing apart like a piece of dead wood. Poof! The inner demons spat out a mouthful of blood. And here I was wondering how strong he was. The young man shook his head. Damn you! If you have the guts, then fight me with your true abilities. The inner demons roared. The source energy had already far surpassed the limits of the laws. What was there to be arrogant about relying on this kind of power to defeat him? Isn't this true ability? The young man waved his hand, and the origin energy flooded the sky and surged toward the inner demons. Lu Jiajin's face darkened. He took a step forward and landed in front of the inner demons, opening his eye of void. A fighting soul wants to shake the origin energy? Brat, you're too naive. The young man shook his head and sneered. Boom. Before he finished speaking, with a loud bang, the source energy roared out and the Nihility Eye was destroyed on the spot. Lu Jiajin vomited a mouthful of blood as his face paled. He was greatly shocked. How did this little cousin know such a terrifying person? Just this source power was completely capable of insta-killing anyone. The origin energy did not stop and continued to attack the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. Dragon God, save them. Yu Laro's expression changed. The dragon god instinctively took out the origin energy, but he hesitated. He only had this one source of origin energy. If it was destroyed here, how could he fight with Qin Feiyang in the future? Because he knew very well. The reason why Qin Feiyang did not come to find trouble with him was because of this source of origin energy in his hand. Once he lost it, Qin Feiyang would receive the news and immediately come to kill him. When the time came, wouldn't that be a dead end? Qin Feiyang and the other two could not help but look at the dragon god and laugh in their hearts. Why don't you try? Let's see if today will be your death anniversary. What are you doing? Yu Laro glared at the dragon god. Yu Laro, hearing this, the dragon god suddenly panicked and hurriedly said, "This source of origin energy of mine is not his opponent." What he meant was, it was useless to make a move. Instead, it would be a waste of this source of origin energy. Selfish scoundrel. Yu Laro was furious. How could he not know the dragon god's plan? Grabbing that source of origin energy, he went to rescue the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. Yu Laro, the dragon god's body stiffened. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other, and a trace of killing intent flashed in their eyes. Neptune and the dragon god were standing in front of them. If they did not make a move now, when would they? Stop. However, at this moment, a majestic voice sounded. Qin Feiyang and the other two were startled and quickly looked in the direction of the voice, because this voice was very unfamiliar. When they looked up at Lu Jiajin and the inner demons, a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. They saw a beam of light flash out of Lu Jiajin's body, and the next moment, it turned into a blurry figure in front of Lu Jiajin and the inner demons. My lord. Yu Laro was shocked. Greetings, my lord. The 8 elites of the Central Dynasty also hurriedly bowed. My lord. Qin Feiyang and the other two were shocked. This was the lord of the Central Dynasty? Heavenly Lord Ji and the two overlords looked at each other with shock in their eyes. It seemed that this lord was also quite unfamiliar to them. This is not the real body of the lord, but a consciousness, the white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist nodded. This was something that they had already noticed. I understand. The reason why the inner demons and Lu Jiajin didn't dare to communicate with us must be because of this consciousness of the Lord. The mad scientist said. Yes. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf also felt refreshed after hearing this. The doubts in their hearts were finally solved. No wonder the inner demons and the mad scientist didn't dare to talk to them. It turned out that the Lord was monitoring them. Stand down. The Lord looked at Yu Laro and stopped him. Yes. Yu Laro nodded respectfully and retreated to the dragon god and Neptune. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and had to suppress the murderous intent in their hearts. Let's talk. The Lord looked at the young man and said. His tone was very gentle. Because this origin power made him very wary and he didn't dare to be aggressive. Talk about what? The young man waved his hand and the origin power stopped. The Lord heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it stopped, there was still room for negotiation. However, the next moment, the corners of the young man's mouth rose, and the origin power moved and instantly drowned the Lord. The Lord was furious. You think you're qualified to talk to me? If you want to talk to me, let your Lord come. The young man's lazy expression was full of disdain. The Lord's consciousness was annihilated on the spot. What? Yu Laro's expression suddenly became dull. Even if the Lord came, it was useless. But it wasn't over yet. The origin power also mercilessly drowned the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at this scene, and their hearts jumped out. Don't move. I know their identities. I'm doing this for your own good. Just when the three were about to stop the young man's voice sounded in their minds. What's the situation? The three looked at each other. How did this person know the identity of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin? The most ridiculous thing was, why did he say that killing the inner demons and big cousin was for their own good? Accompanied by a painful scream, the bodies of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin were directly shattered. Qin Feiyang and the other two were burning with anxiety. But they didn't dare to be impulsive. Because they really didn't know what the young man wanted to do. If the young man had any plans, if they acted rashly now, they might make the young man's plan fall short. Qin Batian, you're too presumptuous. But at this time, another angry roar sounded. The Lord. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. Hadn't the Lord's consciousness been destroyed by the young man before? Why was there still his voice? They quickly looked up and found that there was also the Lord's consciousness in the shattered head of the inner demons. However, as soon as this consciousness appeared, it was obliterated by the origin power, leaving only a roar that echoed in the Star River for a long time. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and the other two seemed to understand something. Have mercy. Yu Laro roared, his eyes full of anger. Because the souls of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin were also about to be obliterated. The two of them were the heavenly talents carefully cultivated by the central dynasty. If the two of them died here, there would be no one in the younger generation of the divine kingdom who could compete with Qin Feiyang and the others. The young man's eyes flashed, and as he waved his hand, the origin power spread out like a tide, forming a barrier that imprisoned the inner demons and Lu Jiajin's souls. Then, he looked towards Elder Yu and said playfully, if you want me to let them go, I can. Yu Laro's eyes trembled, and he quickly asked, what do you want? Do you think there's anything in this world that can catch my eye? The young man's face was full of ridicule. Yu Laro fell silent. Indeed. He even had such a terrifying origin power, what else would he want? Actually, you can easily give me what I want. Kneel down and kowtow to me 99 times. The young man grinned. What? Yu Laro's body stiffened. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other, and their faces couldn't help but twitch. 99 kowtows? Wasn't this clearly making things difficult for Elder Yu? As a person from the central dynasty, even giants like Neptune and the monarch had to respect him. Making such a person kneel down in public and kowtow to him 99 times was probably worse than killing him. Hey, this method of torturing people is not bad, I can record it in my grimoire. The white-eyed wolf snickered. Grimoire? What grimoire? Qin Feiyang and the madman were suspicious. A grimoire for torturing people, It's better to live than to die. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Qin Feiyang and the madman were speechless. It was purely because they had nothing to do and were bored to death. What? Not willing? Seeing that Yu Laro was silent for a long time, a cold light flashed in the young man's eyes. Everyone looked at Yu Laro. They thought, does this Qin Batian have a grudge against Yu Laro? Why is he so against me? I can agree to any other conditions. Even if it's my life. Elder Yu enunciated each word clearly and forcefully. Your life is not worth a single cent. The young man shook his head. Bastard, Yu Laro glared and roared, why are you humiliating me like this? Not to mention his identity, just his strength alone. He had mastered the ultimate profundities of the 8 supreme laws and was stronger than any of the giants in the 4 great continents. The value of a person like him could not be measured by money. But at this moment, this person actually said that he was worthless. This was simply trampling on his dignity. I haven't fully recovered yet, so I'm writing very slowly. The 3rd chapter will be released later. Chapter 4204. Why? The young man's eyes turned cold, and his lazy look was replaced by a fierce aura. Why don't you know? How dare you bully the descendant of Qin Batian? Who gave you the courage? This change startled Qin Feiyang and the other two. At this moment, the young man was like a ferocious beast baring its fangs, making them shudder. He's really here to avenge Qin Feiyang. The 2 supremacies whispered. It was really enviable to have such an ancestor. But they didn't know that Qin Feiyang, the person involved, was very upset. What kind of ancestor was this? They had nothing to do with each other. But then again, he had so many people around him. Why did this guy pretend to be his ancestor? At the same time, Yu Laro couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He didn't expect to get into such a big trouble. If he really wanted to pursue the matter, he should go to the emperor, because it was the emperor who ordered him to bring the 10 elites to the 4 great continents. Kneel. You have no choice. You can't die even if you want to. The young man curled the corners of his mouth. Anyway, I'm going to defeat you today. Yu Laro struggled. He would rather die than kneel. Not to mention that he was in front of everyone. If he really knelt, he was sure that in less than an hour, everyone in the 4 great continents would know. He couldn't afford to lose face. But, if he didn't kneel, the price he had to pay would be unbearable. Because the other party had the origin energy. Even if he wanted to die, it was not up to him. You're quite stubborn. Fine. I'll kill you one by one. After killing all the elites of the Central Dynasty, I'll kill the Merfolk, then the Beast race, and then the Deity race. I'll let you watch how I massacre the Divine Kingdom. I'll make sure you can't get rid of the shadow of fear in your next life. The young man's eyes were full of murderous intent. The origin energy transformed into a giant sword and slashed towards the 8 prodigies. Yu Laro, the 8 sky prides roared in horror. Neptune, the dragon god, the god race's great venerable, and the human race's supreme being couldn't help but change their expressions. He actually wanted to massacre the entire Divine Kingdom. Heavenly Lord Ji couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as he transmitted a message. Stinking brat, is he serious? Probably. Qin Feiyang thought. Estimate. Heavenly Lord Ji's mouth twitched. Why did it sound so unreliable? Seeing that the 8 geniuses were about to lose their lives, Yu Laro glared at the young man and roared, I kneel. However, the young man did not stop. The giant sword formed by the origin energy slashed forward madly. Along with cries of agony, the 8 of them splashed blood all over the sky. Even their souls did not dare to run for their lives as they shivered in fear. It could be seen that they were terrified to the extreme. However, just as the souls of the 8 people were about to dissipate, the sword formed from the origin energy suddenly retreated and returned to the young man. I've already promised to kneel before you, why are you still doing this? Yu Laro roared. He had to kneel. He had to kneel. Because, if blood flowed like a river in the 4 continents because of him, he couldn't bear the responsibility when the emperor investigated. This is the price of hesitation. Now, not only do you have to kneel and kowtow 99 times, but you also have to say loudly every time you kowtow, Grandpa Qin Feiyang, I'm wrong. The young man was full of ridicule. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? Old Qin, congratulations, congratulations. You have a good grandson. Crazy laughed secretly. We have to congratulate ourselves too. White-eyed Wolf transmitted his voice. What does it have to do with us? Crazy was puzzled. We're brothers with little Qin Z. Doesn't his grandson mean that he's our grandson? White-eyed Wolf secretly gritted his teeth. Crazy was stunned for a moment, then he chuckled and said, that's right. Then congratulations to the three of us and an old grandson. Aren't you childish? Qin Feiyang was speechless. At the scene, there was another person who was also quite speechless. That person was Heavenly Lord Ji. If Yu Laro really became Qin Feiyang's grandson, what should he call him according to seniority? But the others. For example, Neptune, the dragon god and the two lords all glared at the young man angrily. Neptune and the dragon god didn't say anything. After all, there was a grudge between them. As for the two exalted, because they didn't know that the God King and the human clan's utmost exalted had formed an alliance with Qin Feiyang, they were still looking at Qin Feiyang with hatred. Besides, they were all people of the divine kingdom. They were bound together for good or ill. Humiliating Yu Laro was the same as humiliating them. I advise you to stop before going too far, the dragon god said gloomily. Are you teaching me how to behave? The young man slowly looked at the dragon god and asked. The dragon god's neck suddenly shrank and his body couldn't help but tremble. It was as if that look could destroy his divine soul. The young man looked at Yu Laro with disdain and shouted, hurry up. Yu Laro quivered, his legs unconsciously bent down and knelt in the Star River. As long as he knelt down, no matter what dignity or face, it was all gone. Only shame and shame were left in his heart. Qin Feiyang. Grandpa, grandson. I was wrong. Under everyone's watchful eyes. In the end. He slowly lowered his head, closed his eyes in pain and began to kowtow and apologize. The entire Star River was dead silent. Only Yu Laro's voice echoed in the void. For him, today's encounter would follow him for the rest of his life and could never be washed away. After a long time, 100 kowtows were finally over. Ha, the young man laughed out loud, unscrupulous, and then withdrew his origin power, opened a space-time tunnel and left without looking back. But that arrogant laughter filled the Star River and didn't dissipate for a long time. It's finally over. At this moment, watching the young man leave and disappear from their sight, whether it was the dragon god, Neptune, or the two sovereigns, they all felt a sense of relief. Although from the beginning of the battle until now, not even half an hour had passed, but in their eyes, it was as if several centuries had passed. It was simply torturous. Hey, there will be a good show to watch later. The madman suddenly laughed secretly. What? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at him suspiciously. The madman signaled the two to lower their heads. The two looked down and found that in the madman's hand, there was a sound transmission godstone. Obviously, this scene had been recorded. Damn. I actually didn't think of that. The white-eyed wolf was somewhat annoyed. Such a wonderful scene, how could it not be recorded? You're stupid. The madman smiled proudly. Pay attention to your face, you're about to reveal a flaw. Out of concern, Heavenly Lord Ji had been paying attention to Qin Feiyang and the other two. Seeing the white-eyed wolf and the madman's expressions become more and more exaggerated, he quickly reminded them. The two of them were startled and hurriedly looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, they let out a sigh of relief. They hurriedly put away the divine sound transmission stone, sorted out their emotions, and looked at Elder Yu who was still kneeling in the galaxy. Little old man, this lesson is deep enough, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant in the future. Ha, how satisfying. After a moment of silence, Neptune and the dragon god looked at each other and slowly walked forward, looking at Yu Laro who had his head buried in silence. They found that this old man was silently crying at this moment, tears flowing down his old face. Thinking about it, it made sense. After suffering such a great humiliation, even if he had an iron heart, he would definitely collapse. Yu Lao, get up, there are so many people watching. Neptune bent down and pulled Yu Laro's arm. Yu Lao turned a deaf ear. His face, which was buried in his hands, was almost twisted. This was hatred. Similarly, he didn't dare to look up now. Because as soon as he looked up, he would see people around him. He was afraid of seeing ridicule on everyone's faces. Let's go. And today's matter, don't spread it out. Heavenly Lord Ji turned around and looked at the sea race outside the entrance. Don't spread it out. Was that possible? There was a lack of everything in this world, but there was no lack of gossipers. The great venerable of the human race looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and whispered, "You guys go too." "Okay." The three nodded and bowed to Heavenly Lord Ji and the great venerable of the god race before turning around and leaving quickly. "Brother, what's the situation up there? Is it over? How's Qin Batian?" Because the sea race had blocked the entrance of the Star River before, the people of the other races couldn't get close, so when they saw someone coming down, they all swarmed up and kept asking questions. The young man in brocade, the young man in black, and the bearded man were also asking around curiously, but they suddenly noticed Qin Feiyang and the other two and immediately chased after them. "Don't come over. Go wherever it's cool." The mad scientist noticed the three and immediately glared at them fiercely. Then, he opened a space-time tunnel and quickly left with Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. A trace of disappointment appeared on the faces of the three. It wasn't easy to meet a few law enforcers and they wanted to curry favor with them, but the other party didn't give them a chance at all. As expected. Soon, the video recorded by the mad scientist was spread across the 4 great continents, causing an unprecedented sensation. Every living being who saw this video felt waves of shock surge through their hearts. People from the Central Dynasty were forced to kneel and kowtow to Qin Batian, and they even called Qin Feiyang Grandpa. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, would they dare to believe this scene? Haha, my grandson is indeed powerful. The Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan. In a secret chamber, the king who was rebuilding his body couldn't help but laugh when he received the news. Of course he was happy, because he didn't know that this Qin Batian was fake and thought that it was really his grandson. The group of elders in the village were also very excited when they heard the news. Finally, someone has settled the score for us. Ji Larosha laughed. Yes. This dog Yu Laro probably didn't expect that he would die in the hands of the descendants of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan. We must celebrate. Larosha, take out your best wine. Let's get drunk today. Ji Larosha laughed heartily. Okay. Ji Larosha nodded and waved his old hand, and dozens of jars of divine wine appeared. If the white-eyed wolf and the mad scientist were here, they would definitely drool. Because these divine wines were supreme-grade divine wines, and the black tortoise divine wine and the unparalleled divine wine were just ordinary divine wines. I'm sweating all over again while writing this. It's too uncomfortable. Brothers, be careful. Don't catch a cold during the changing of seasons. Chapter 4205. Haha, Black Tortoise World. Inside the tea garden. The frenzy and the white-eyed wolf were drinking the unparalleled divine brew and laughing loudly. Qin Feiyang was also drinking tea with a smile on his face. This time, Yu Laro was completely defeated by the young man, and his reputation was completely ruined. From now on, Yu Laro wouldn't dare to go out. Because he would be laughed at as soon as he went out. Although he didn't dare to laugh in front of others, there would definitely be a lot of gossip behind his back. Let's get down to business. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and looked at the two. Don't you feel that something is wrong with the appearance of the young man? Something is wrong? The two were stunned. Yes. I feel that he came out to help us. Qin Feiyang nodded. Help us. The two lowered their heads and pondered for a while. Suddenly, they seemed to have thought of something and looked up at Qin Feiyang. The Emperor's consciousness? Yes. The inner demons and big cousin both have the Emperor's consciousness in their bodies. What does this mean? It means that they have always been under the Emperor's surveillance. Maybe it's because of this reason that they don't dare to recognize us. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Makes sense. The two nodded. Let's put it another way. This time, the young man didn't challenge the inner demons and big cousin. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill the Emperor's two consciousnesses. As for forcing Yularo to kneel and kowtow, I think this is just the young man finding a reason for himself to let the inner demons and big cousin go. Because he is now pretending to be Qin Batian. The inner demons and big cousin are now monsters of the central dynasty. If the young man doesn't kill them, it will definitely arouse the emperor's suspicion. After all, this is such a good opportunity. If it was anyone else, they would directly eliminate the source of trouble. How could they let go of such terrifying monsters? Qin Feiyang analyzed. Makes sense. Madman and White-Eyed Wolf nodded again. Humiliating Yularo and forcing Yularo to kneel was tantamount to an excuse. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin could live on because Yularo had knelt down in exchange for his dignity. By then, the emperor of the Central Divine Kingdom wouldn't think too much about it. You've really given it a lot of thought. Qin Feiyang sighed. Even though they still hadn't figured out the young man's identity, he was truly taking good care of them. Actually, what I don't understand the most is, how did he know the identities of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin? Furthermore, how did he know that the emperor's consciousness was lurking within the inner demons and Lu Jiajin? It feels like he knows everything. Madman frowned. Indeed. And us. When we changed our faces previously, even people like Neptune and Dragon God couldn't recognize us, but he was able to see through our identities at a glance. This brother is suspecting that he has a pair of eyes of the Tao of Heaven and nothing in the world can hide from him. White-Eyed Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman and said, "Eyes of the Tao of Heaven?" The two froze and shook their heads with a bitter smile. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was indeed suspicious. Let's not talk about him first. Anyway, as long as he's not hostile to us, it's fine. Now that the emperor's consciousness has been obliterated by the young man, the inner demons and big cousin should be coming to us after rebuilding their bodies. So now, I can't wait. But before that, we still have one more thing to do. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Kill the dragon god? Madman and White-Eyed Wolf asked in unison. Sure enough, we're brothers. Qin Feiyang laughed. He didn't even need to say it, the two had already guessed it. This kind of tacit understanding wasn't something that could be cultivated easily. White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth and said, not only do we have to kill the dragon god, but we also have to kill the beast gods and beast lords of the beast race. And the resources of the beast race. Now that the Black Tortoise realm needs a lot of spirit veins and crystal veins to evolve, this is a good opportunity. Madman chuckled. He was simply the incarnation of a bandit. Then let's get ready to act. Qin Feiyang asked. If we don't act now, when should we? Madman twisted the wine jar and stood up with a hearty laugh. Inner demons and Lu Jiajin were severely injured by the young man, and the other 8 prodigies also had their bodies crushed by the young man. Now, only the dragon god, Neptune, and Yularo were left in the East continent. Neptune and Yularo were strong, but Madman and White-Eyed Wolf were more than enough to deal with them. As for the dragon god, after obtaining Neptune's origin power, Qin Feiyang wasn't afraid at all. Therefore, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't think of the problem as too simple. At this moment, Long Qin walked out from the tea tree forest. Were you eavesdropping on our conversation? White-Eyed Wolf turned his head and looked with a trace of displeasure. Do I need to eavesdrop when you're speaking so loudly? Long Qin snorted coldly. White-Eyed Wolf still wanted to say something, but he suddenly remembered his promise with Long Qin to not quarrel in the future, so he lowered his head and drank his wine without saying anything. Long Qin was still a little unaccustomed to this attitude. The disappointment in his heart seemed to be stronger. Qin Feiyang looked at the two meaningfully and said with a smile, "What do you mean by that? Don't forget that the Protoss, the human race, and the purple-gold divine dragon race haven't fallen out with the Central Dynasty yet. Now that we're going to the East Continent to deal with the dragon god, they definitely won't sit back and do nothing when they receive the news. Let's take a step back. Even if the monarch pretends not to know, Yularo and Neptune will definitely send them a message for help. If they receive the two's request for help, how can they not take action? So my suggestion is that before we kill our way to the East Continent, we should make arrangements for the 3 major races." Long Qin said. Then in your opinion, How should we arrange for the 3 major races? Madman was curious. Anyway, we have to help them create an excuse for not being able to support the beast race. You have a lot of bad ideas, take your time to think about it. Long Qin said, then sat aside and fell silent. If one looked carefully, his eyes would occasionally glance at White-Eyed Wolf. An excuse for not being able to support them, Qin Feiyang and Madman murmured as they pondered. If only the young man was here, he alone would be enough to restrain the 3 major races. White-Eyed Wolf muttered. This kind of thing, don't take it seriously. Madman shook his head. As long as the young man could help them at a critical moment, he would be satisfied. He didn't dare to ask for anything else. Why don't we wait for my brother and the demon ancestor to come out of seclusion? Long Qin spoke again. As long as Long Chen and the demon ancestor grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, they could restrain the 3 major races. No. By then, the inner demons and big cousin would have recovered their strength. If they still want to hide in the central dynasty, they will definitely attack us. With their strength, plus the dragon god and the others, it won't be easy to deal with them. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What are they trying to do by hiding in the central dynasty? Long Qin was suspicious. You have to ask. Hearing this, the White-Eyed Wolf was about to retort Long Qin. He wanted to say that he had to ask his father because this was arranged by him. But halfway through, he fell silent. Endure. Don't argue. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at the White-Eyed Wolf suspiciously. Why was this wolf cub acting so strange today? He couldn't have been possessed, right? What are you looking at? The White-Eyed Wolf stared at the two. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Long Qin and said, they probably want to be spies. When the time comes, we can attack the central dynasty from the inside. Long Qin nodded. This was the only explanation that made sense. What's wrong with you guys today? Something doesn't seem right. Madman came to Long Qin's side and asked in a low voice. Nothing. Long Qin panicked and shook his head. Do you think I'm stupid? Nothing. It's so obvious. How can I not see it? Madman rolled his eyes. Then what does it have to do with you? Long Qin looked at the madman seriously and said in a serious tone. Madman's face froze. He really couldn't refute this question. How about this? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang said with a flash of light in his eyes. The 3 immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, before going to the East Continent, let's go to Mount Supreme, the island of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan. What are we going to do there? Madman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, we'll seriously injure all the overlords of the 3 clans. This way, they won't be able to help, right? The White-Eyed Wolf paused and nodded. I think it's feasible. Well, Madman pondered for a moment and said, I'm afraid we have to inform the king and the others in advance. Otherwise, they will think that we are going to break the alliance. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and took out the divine sound transmission stone. But the next moment, he was stunned. What's wrong? The 3 looked at him suspiciously. Their contract bridge disappeared? Qin Feiyang frowned. What? The contract bridge disappeared? What's going on? The 3 of them were surprised. There were only 2 explanations for the disappearance of the contract bridge. First, the other party erased the contract bridge. Second, the other party unfortunately died. Just as the 3 of them were imagining things, Qin Feiyang slapped his head and smiled bitterly. They are fine. Don't scare yourself. The reason why the contract bridge disappeared should be because I crushed their physical bodies in the void. The divine sound transmission stone shattered along with their physical bodies. That's right. The 3 of them also suddenly understood. They were really scaring themselves. It seems that I have to go there personally. You guys adjust your state first. Qin Feiyang said and left the Black Tortoise realm alone. After all, the battle with the beast race was not a trivial matter. They had to be fully prepared. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Boom. Mount Supreme. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. A terrifying wave of air swept out in all directions like a tide. Those who heard the commotion ran to Mount Supreme to take a look. They found that Mount Supreme had been razed to the ground. The experts of Mount Supreme, including the 10 sovereigns, were all heavily injured and their bodies were destroyed. Who did this? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Apart from that damned Qin Feiyang, who else could it be? The various venerables roared towards the sky, their anger overflowing to the heavens. This was not the first time this had happened. To Mount Supreme, this was a lifetime of humiliation. Chapter 4206. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. Before the storm at Mount Supreme had subsided, another loud noise sounded from the mythical island. Half of the island was destroyed, and all the elites on the mythical mountain lost their bodies and combat power. In less than an hour, he destroyed Mount Supreme and the mythical island. What is this Qin Feiyang trying to do? Everyone was discussing. An ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Soon after, a terrifying wave of destruction also appeared at the purple-gold divine dragon race's ancestral land. Someone saw Heavenly Lord Ji and the other sovereigns joining forces to fight Qin Feiyang, but even so, they couldn't stop Qin Feiyang. Buzz. Dragon God Mountain. The dragon god was meditating with his eyes closed. The voice transmission stone suddenly rang. The image of a red-haired old man appeared. It was the spy lurking in the purple-gold divine dragon race, Old Wu. What are you doing? Seeing that it was Old Wu, the dragon god's expression changed slightly. Don't panic. Now that Heavenly Lord Ji and the others are in danger, no one will notice that I sent you a message. Old Wu was very calm. He only had a few minor injuries on his body. In danger. The dragon god was stunned. You still don't know? The human race's Mount Supreme, the mythical island of the god race, and the purple-gold divine dragon race's ancestral land were all attacked by Qin Feiyang. Old Wu said. What? There's such a thing. The dragon god suddenly stood up and asked, when did this happen? Just now. This person is really ruthless. The elites of the 3 races were all seriously injured by him. Old Wu sighed. Why did he suddenly do this? Is he planning to officially declare war on us? The dragon god was surprised. I don't think so. Old Wu shook his head thoughtfully. What do you mean? The dragon god was puzzled. He had already attacked the 3 races' sacred lands and ancestral lands. Wasn't this an official declaration of war? If it was a declaration of war, Qin Feiyang would have taken the opportunity to completely annihilate the 3 major races. However, he has only seriously injured the experts of the 3 major races. Personally, I feel that he is planning a big conspiracy. Old Wu analyzed. Conspiracy, the dragon god muttered angrily. How long is this little bastard going to torment me? Don't be angry yet. I have a feeling that this has something to do with you. Old Wu frowned. Something to do with me? The dragon god could not help but shudder. Back then, you schemed against Qin Feiyang and Long Qin on Dragon God Mountain. Given Qin Feiyang's personality, he definitely won't let you off easily. In the past, he couldn't do anything to you because you had origin energy in your hands. However, it's different now. He also has a strand of origin energy in his hands. So, as long as he cuts off your path of retreat, wait. Speaking of which, Old Wu's eyes were filled with bewilderment as he muttered, retreat. Could it be? What did you think of? The dragon god hurriedly asked. Old Wu looked up at the dragon god and said in a deep voice, if that's the case, then you have to run for your life. What the hell are you talking about? The dragon god was extremely anxious. Dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Old Wu was shocked. He turned his head to look at the closed door and asked, who is it? Old Wu, the patriarch asked me to invite you over. The person outside said. Old Wu frowned and asked suspiciously, what's the matter, patriarch? Something big. Qin Feiyang has made his move again, and it's against the great ancestors. The person outside said. What? Old Wu's eyes trembled. The so-called great ancestors were Boss Ji and the others. It said that the great ancestors were also seriously injured. It was the origin energy that Qin Feiyang snatched from Neptune that injured them. The person outside said, his voice full of fear. Old Wu's face sank when he heard this. He said, "I'll be right there." "Okay." After the person outside left, Old Wu looked up at the dragon god and said in a deep voice, "You heard it too, there's definitely a conspiracy." "What conspiracy?" the dragon god said angrily. "If I'm not wrong, he's going to make a move on you." Brother Lu Yuntian was seriously injured by Qin Batian, and the great sea gods of the Sea Clan were all crippled. Neptune's origin energy also fell into his hands, so now, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Qin Feiyang. But for you, it's a disaster. Because Qin Feiyang has already thought that your current support, apart from Neptune and Yu Lao, is only left with the three great clans, so as long as the powerhouses of the three great clans are all seriously injured, they won't be able to come and support you. Old Wu speculated with a solemn expression. Hearing this speculation, the dragon god's face couldn't help but turn pale. If that was really the case, then his situation was equivalent to being isolated and helpless. Whether Qin Feiyang has this plan or not, you have to quickly avoid it. "I'll go find Heavenly Lord Ji first." After saying that, Old Wu turned off the voice transmission stone and strode away. It had to be said. This old man was indeed smart. He could speculate the plan of Qin Feiyang and the others. No wonder the king valued him so much in the past. Dragon God Mountain. The dragon god put away the voice transmission stone and was a little hesitant. Could it be that Old Wu was thinking too much? No. It's better to be safe than sorry. It's better to avoid it. Making a prompt decision, he turned around, walked to the door, and pushed it open. Just as he opened the door, his body suddenly stiffened. Under the hazy moonlight, under the stairs in front of the door, a black shadow was standing. It was only 2 to 3 meters away from the door. Silent, like a ghost, it could be said that it was close at hand. Qin. The dragon god suddenly trembled. That's right. This person was Qin Feiyang. "Are you surprised?" Qin Feiyang spoke, revealing his white teeth. "You." The dragon god couldn't help but panic. He actually came to Dragon God Mountain. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "Actually, I'm also quite surprised that Old Wu of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan colluded with you." "You heard it." The dragon god's pupils constricted. "I'm standing right here, it's hard not to hear it. You're really something. Such a secret conversation, and you didn't even set up a soundproof barrier first. It doesn't matter if I hear it, but if it's accidentally heard by the king, what do you think the consequences will be?" Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. He had just arrived, so he only heard the latter part of the conversation. But it didn't matter. Because he already knew that Old Wu was a spy. "You want to threaten me?" The dragon god frowned. "Threaten?" Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said with a smile, "You think too much of me. With the current situation, do I still need to threaten you? Besides, a mere Old Wu doesn't have that much value to threaten you." Although Qin Feiyang's face was full of smiles, the dragon god's heart was getting more and more nervous. "Let's talk." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Talk about what?" The dragon god was always on guard against Qin Feiyang. "Follow me from now on. As long as you nod, you'll still be the high and mighty dragon god respected by the world." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The dragon god clenched his hands and asked in a low voice, "What if I say no? Then tonight will definitely be the day of your death." Qin Feiyang smiled in a carefree manner. But between the dragon god's brows, a trace of hostility immediately crept up. What does he think he is? A lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Little did he know that in Qin Feiyang's eyes, he was indeed a lamb waiting to be slaughtered at this moment. 3 breaths. I'll only give you 3 breaths to consider. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and raised 3 fingers. 1. As his voice fell, the first finger contracted. 2. The second finger also contracted. 3. As soon as this word was blurted out, the dragon god suddenly exploded, and the power of origin appeared, turning into a 3-foot-long sword and slashing at Qin Feiyang. "It seems that this is your choice." Qin Feiyang's eyes also instantly turned cold, and he said word by word, "After tonight, there will be no dragon god in the divine kingdom." Clang. Accompanied by a loud noise, the power of origin hidden in his body also rushed out like lightning, turning into a 3-meter-long spear. Divine light illuminated heaven and earth, and fiercely collided with the long sword. Boom! A loud noise resounded in the sky above the Dragon God Mountain, shocking the entire East continent. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave from the battle spread out in all directions like an invisible wave with the two of them as the center. Mountains suddenly began to collapse, and dust and smoke billowed. The battle immediately began. "You little bastard, are you qualified to make me submit? What did you say? After tonight, there will be no dragon god in the divine kingdom. Who gave you the courage?" The dragon god roared angrily. Grabbing the long sword, he madly slashed at Qin Feiyang, as if he had lost his mind. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything, and his eyes were extremely sharp. Holding the long spear in his hand, he kept colliding with the dragon god, until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The two powers of origin were the same, so they were also evenly matched. However, the entire East continent was boiling at this moment. It's Qin Feiyang's aura. He actually killed his way to the Dragon God Mountain again. "Bastard, do you not take us seriously? Quickly inform all the beast venerables to go to the Dragon God Mountain immediately." These were the voices of the various beast gods. At the same time, Sea God Island. A golden figure rushed into the sky and stood above the island, looking in the direction of the Dragon God Mountain. It was Neptune. The confrontation of the powers of origin was so terrifying that the entire East continent could clearly feel it. Qin Feiyang. Neptune clenched his hands tightly, and his eyes were full of resentment. Whoosh! Another old figure rushed into the sky. Who else could it be but Yu Laro? At this moment, he stared at the Dragon God Mountain, his face full of resentment. Qin Feiyang was the descendant of Qin Batian, so the humiliation and resentment he suffered during the day in the galaxy were now transferred to Qin Feiyang. Immediately contact the three major clans and ask them to come to support. His eyes flashed. After speaking to Neptune, he opened a space-time passage and walked in without looking back. "Wait," Neptune hurriedly said, but Yu Laro turned a deaf ear and quickly disappeared. He originally wanted to say that the experts of the three major clans had been seriously injured by Qin Feiyang. In other words, they had no support now. But he didn't expect that Yu Laro was so resentful at this moment that he didn't want to hear it at all. As for Yu Laro, since the battle in the galaxy, he had locked himself in a hall for the whole day. Neptune didn't dare to disturb him and wanted to wait for him to calm down before reporting. Therefore, Yu Laro still didn't know the situation of the three major clans. What should I do? Neptune struggled in his heart. In the end, he gritted his teeth and chose to rush into the space-time passage. Chapter 4207. Dragon God Mountain. The 19 beast gods were the first to arrive. Although they did not have the Eye of Life, they had the Time Array and Life Law, so it did not take long for them to reconstruct their bodies. After reconstructing their bodies, they returned to their respective lairs. It could also be considered as bait set by the dragon god, to see if Qin Feiyang would hunt them down. But they did not expect that Qin Feiyang would actually come directly to Dragon God Mountain. The beast gods also hated Qin Feiyang to the core. However, when they rushed here, they found that they could not get close to the battlefield at all. Because the battle fluctuations of the origin force were too strong, they could not withstand it. Countless beast venerables of the beast race were also rushing over. They gathered behind the beast gods, densely packed like a beast tide. If it were anyone else, seeing such a lineup, they would have been scared out of their wits. But the funny thing was, a few beast venerables actually opened a space-time passage and directly descended above Dragon God Mountain. Wasn't this courting death? There was no suspense. These beast venerables that directly descended above Dragon God Mountain were killed by the battle fluctuations before they could react, not even leaving a hair behind. And Dragon God Mountain had long been reduced to ashes. High up in the sky, the dragon god was already in a frenzy. The long sword in his hand burst out with dazzling divine light, and the sharpness covered the sky and earth. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang. He was calm and at ease. Swish. In the distance, two figures walked out of the space-time passage. It was Neptune and Old Wu. Looking at Qin Feiyang on the battlefield, Killing intent surged in their eyes. Yu Laro shouted, "Beast gods of the beast race, listen to my order, immediately activate the ultimate meaning with me and kill Qin Fei Yang." Yu Lao. Neptune. The beast gods were shocked, as if they had found their backbone. Boom. Terrifying auras immediately erupted from all directions. The next moment, one after another, ultimate intents appeared out of nowhere. Almost all of them were ultimate profundities of supreme laws. Even for sovereign beasts, each of them had mastered one or two ultimate ultimacies of ultimate laws. Some sovereign beasts had even mastered 3 or 4 ultimate ultimacies of ultimate laws. How terrifying was this? However, Qin Fei Yang's expression did not change. He looked at Yu Laro and Neptune. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he took a step back. "Where are you going?" The dragon god roared. He naively thought that Qin Fei Yang was going to retreat. Qin Fei Yang ignored him. With a wave of his hand, the madman, white-eyed wolf, and Longqin appeared. He smiled faintly and said, "I'll leave Yu Laro and Neptune to you." "No problem." The white-eyed wolf bared its fangs and turned around to attack Yu Laro and Neptune. Madman chuckled and immediately charged over. "I don't want to be with them." Longqin coldly snorted. Qin Fei Yang smiled helplessly and activated his 3,000 incarnations. He looked at Longqin and said, "Then lead 3,000 incarnations to kill those beast gods and sovereign beasts." "That's more like it." Longqin looked at the beast gods and sovereign beasts in the distance. His eyes surged with coldness as he stepped into the air and his 3,000 incarnations followed closely behind. "Be careful," Qin Fei Yang warned. "You should worry about yourself." Longqin smiled without turning his head. His tone was full of confidence. Qin Fei Yang shook his head and laughed. At this moment, the dragon god wielded his long sword and slashed furiously. "You think I'll run? Don't be naive." Qin Fei Yang's eyes became as sharp as a blade once again. He waved the spear in his hand and blocked the dragon god's long sword. "Kill." On the other side, the 3,000 incarnations roared. The ultimate profundities of the 6 ultimate laws of life and death were activated one after another. Their divine aura destroyed all directions. This was an army of tigers and wolves. The beast gods and sovereign beasts were scared out of their wits. Tianpeng was naturally not there. Its current strength was not even comparable to the weakest sovereign beast. But the remaining 19 beast gods were extremely powerful, and each of them had grasped the will of heavenly Tao. However, they were now facing Qin Fei Yang's 3,000 incarnations. The ultimate profundities of the laws of life and death were not something they could contend against. Even the 2 wills of the heavenly Tao were not something they could contend against. More than a dozen incarnations stayed behind to deal with the 19 beast gods. The rest of the incarnations charged toward the sovereign beasts. Even the beast gods could not stop 3,000 incarnations, let alone these sovereign beasts. This was a one-sided massacre. "All of you, die for this princess." Longqin seemed to be venting something. He specifically targeted the weaker sovereign beasts. His ultimate profundities of the ultimate laws could kill a large number of them. It was simply brutal to the extreme. Whether it was the sovereign beasts that were there before or those that came later, they were all scared out of their wits and frantically fled for their life. Accompanied by a merciless massacre, in less than a minute. There were corpses everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. On the other side of the battlefield, the frenzy was fighting against Yu Laro, and the white-eyed wolf was fighting against Neptune. However, it was different from the battle at Longqin's side. On this battlefield, the madman and the ingrate were being suppressed by the Sea King. Their bodies were even riddled with wounds and blood was flowing out. Bang! Yu Laro and Neptune looked at each other and attacked with all their might. The frenzy and the white-eyed wolf spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground below like meteorites. Golden blood. Looking at the blood that the white-eyed wolf spat out, Yu Laro and the frenzy were rather shocked. What kind of bloodline power was this? However, no matter what bloodline power it was just an ant. "I'll send you to hell now." The 2 of them sneered. The frenzy and the golden-winged wolf king were Qin Fei Yang's best brothers. If they killed them, Qin Feiyang would definitely be in so much pain that he would wish he was dead. All the ultimate profound meanings were activated, and with monstrous killing intent, they charged toward the two of them. The frenzy and the white-eyed wolf got up and wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. There was no worry on their faces. Instead, they were full of ridicule. The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth. It seems that they have been blinded by the joy of victory and have forgotten that you still have the power of all evil. There's no other way. They have been beaten by us like dogs all day long. Now that they can kill us, they naturally can't control themselves. The frenzy chuckled. Then let them have a taste of despair. The white-eyed wolf asked. Hey. The frenzy grinned and blood flowed out from the gaps of his teeth. His eyes quickly turned blood red, as if a devil was awakening. Swish. All of a sudden, he raised his head to look at the two of them. The moment he raised his head, his eyes turned completely blood red. From those eyes, it was as if one could see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The next moment, his body swelled up with the wind. In an instant, the frenzy turned into a 10,000 feet tall giant. Accompanied by a bloody light, the seal of all evil appeared between his eyebrows. This is, Neptune's face changed and shouted, this seems to be the seal of all evil that the monarch and the others were talking about. Yu Lao, be careful. Hihi, the real battle has only just begun. Despair for this daddy. The frenzy laughed wildly. His entire body emitted a fierce and evil aura. Boom. The 6 ultimate profundities of the 6 supreme laws manifested. The power of the will of heaven and the seal of all evil erupted at the same time. Under the double support, the 6 ultimate profound meanings erupted with the power to destroy the world, shattering the void and colliding with the 2 ultimate profound meanings of Yu Lao. One must know. Neptune grasped the 7 ultimate profound meanings of the strongest laws. Yu Lao grasped the 8 ultimate profound meanings of the strongest laws. However, even so, these 15 ultimate profound meanings were unable to block the frenzy's 6 ultimate profound meanings. With a loud bang, it shattered on the spot. Yu Lao and Neptune both spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces turning pale. So strong. Their eyes trembled. It was almost on par with the Divine King's God race mark. What kind of monsters are these? Especially Yu Lao. In the past, he only cared about Qin Feiyang. But he didn't expect that another Qin Batian, who was even more terrifying than Qin Feiyang, would jump out. All right. So be it if there are 2. But now, another lunatic actually came out and grasped such terrifying power. Among these people, is there no one ordinary? Roar. It was also at this moment. Accompanied by a deafening beast roar. A golden light broke through the darkness and went straight into the sky. Accompanying it was a pitilessly terrifying pressure. This was a beast's aura, as if the king of all beasts between heaven and earth was born. Whether it was Yu Lao or Neptune, they couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable fear in their hearts. The two hurriedly looked over. They saw a golden beast shadow between heaven and earth. And the person below the golden beast shadow was the white-eyed wolf. Deprive. As soon as the white-eyed wolf opened its mouth, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and an obscure aura rushed toward Yu Lao and Neptune. The two immediately felt their cultivation leaving their body uncontrollably. Deprive cultivation, the two murmured and were once again deeply shocked. There was no need to think too much. These people were a group of monsters. Although the white-eyed wolf's battle soul didn't deprive cultivation fast, if one really wanted to compare, it could be said that its lethality was greater than the strongest battle soul. To be exact, it was more terrifying than the strongest battle soul. Because at this level, no one was willing to have their cultivation taken away, and no one was willing to have their law profound taken away. Moreover, the white-eyed wolf's battle soul didn't only deprive a cultivation realm or a law. Instead, it deprived you of all your cultivation, all your law, and made you completely immortal. Just imagine. Who would be willing to lose the cultivation that they had painstakingly cultivated and the law that they had painstakingly comprehended? If they really lost it, it would be more painful than death. No. In the face of such a situation, no matter how determined one was, they would collapse and die. So, now, in Yu Lao's heart, there was one more name of a strong enemy. Whether it was Qin Fei Yang, Qin Batian, the lunatic, or the golden-winged wolf king, they all had to die. Otherwise, the divine kingdom would sooner or later be destroyed in the hands of these people. Chapter 4208. Did you see that? They already have killing intent towards us. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. The killing intent of the two was too strong. It was hard not to notice it. How should I put it? The madman pondered for a moment and laughed. We should feel honored. After all, they only have killing intent towards us because they think highly of us. Ha ha! The white-eyed wolf laughed. Elder Yu and the Sea King heard the conversation between the two without missing a single word, and the space between their brows immediately became filled with hostility. This was a battle, not a joke. How could he still be in the mood to mock them in such an eccentric manner? Today, all of you will die. Yu Laro spoke as if he was the king of hell giving his judgment. If it was anyone else, just these words would be enough to scare them to death. But the madman and white-eyed wolf didn't take it seriously. Many people have said these words to this daddy before, but in the end, they were all trampled under this daddy's feet and trembled in fear. Not to mention you two old men, the madman sneered. His 6 ultimate intents were filled with boundless divine light as they charged at the two. Vast and mighty divine might shook the entire world. Don't be too arrogant. Sky extinction soared. Neptune roared. With a clang, 10,000 strands of sword chi erupted. A blood-red long sword shot out from his body, its sharpness tearing through the sky as it slashed towards the 6 ultimate mysteries. High-class sovereign weapon. The madman muttered, his eyes flashing. Boom. Clang. The next moment, the two collided. A high-class sovereign weapon was indeed extraordinary. Even with the support of the heavenly Tao and the power of 10,000 evil, the 6 ultimate intents couldn't resist and instantly collapsed. Do you think you are Qin Fei Yang? Without 3,000 incarnations, what can you use to fight against a high-class sovereign weapon? Neptune's eyes were filled with contempt. The sky extinction sword fell, its sharpness toppling mountains and overturning seas. Even the madman and the white-eyed wolf didn't dare to take it head-on and decisively chose to retreat. Boom! The Tianju sword slammed into the ground. Instantly, a scene of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking appeared. The abyss fissures quickly spread in all directions with loud cracking sounds. Several streaks of sword chi hit the madman and the white-eyed wolf. Both of them were instantly drenched in blood from head to toe. Their wounds were so deep that their bones could be seen. How terrifying. Madman broke out in cold sweat. As expected, only the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King's true body could contend against a high-grade sovereign weapon. Now you know who the real ants are. Die. Neptune laughed and swooped down. At the same time, he waved his hand and the Tianju sword flew in front of him. He grabbed the Tianju sword and charged towards the frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf. Without Qin Fei Yang, no matter how powerful you are, you will only be a stray dog in front of us. High in the sky. Yu Laro also sneered. Clang. As his voice fell, a blood-red light surged out. In the next instant, a blood-red halberd appeared as if a peerless demonic creature had been born. There were even drops of demonic blood dripping from the blade. The moment this weapon appeared, the entire world was filled with blood clouds. The smell of blood enveloped the entire area. God-slaying halberd. This was also a high-grade sovereign weapon. Yu Laro grabbed the god-slaying halberd and spun in the air. His head was facing down and his feet were facing up. The god-slaying halberd in his hand emitted an aura of destruction. It was as if it could pierce through heaven and earth as it charged towards the frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf. 2 high-grade sovereign weapons. The frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf were excited. That's right. They were excited. Shouldn't they be afraid in this situation? After all, it was 2 high-grade sovereign weapons. Were they crazy? Of course not. Although the Black Tortoise world had many sovereign weapons, the strongest were the Inferno Magic Sword, Ancient Castle, Angel Sword, and Sky God Sword. However, these 4 divine weapons were merely mid-level dominator weapons. They didn't have a single high-grade sovereign weapon. The most important thing was, They didn't have powerful means like the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King true body. If they did, it didn't matter if they didn't have a sovereign weapon. For example, the current Qin Fei Yang. A sovereign weapon was just a joke in front of him. But they were different. Without the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King true body, they had to find ways to increase their combat strength in other aspects. A sovereign weapon was undoubtedly the best choice. As long as they could obtain a high-grade sovereign weapon, as long as they didn't encounter the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King true body, they could be considered invincible. So, in the eyes of the Frenzied One and the White-Eyed Wolf, this Tianju sword and the God-slaying halberd were tailor-made for them. Die. Go to hell and repent. In your next life, open your eyes and see who you can provoke and who you can't. However, Neptune and Eularo didn't realize that they had been targeted by the White-Eyed Wolf. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. There were also smiles of victory. It's too early to be proud. The Frenzied One and the White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and sneered at the same time. The two were surprised. They dared to laugh at them now. Where did their confidence come from? But soon, they found out the source of their confidence. Whoosh! More than 1,000 figures streaked across the sky like lightning and rushed toward them. Above each person's head, there were 7 ultimate profound meanings. That's right. They were Qin Fei Yang's 3,000 incarnations. Although only half of the 3,000 incarnations came, the ultimate profound meanings of the law of life and death, the 6 ultimate laws, and the terrifying will of heaven made Eularo and the Frenzied One tremble uncontrollably. Kill. As the 1,000 clones roared, thousands of ultimate intents turned into a torrent that charged at the two of them. Eularo and the Frenzied One's expression changed. The Tianju sword and the god-slaying halberd left their hands and exploded with monstrous power. Boom. Crack. Accompanied by a loud sound, the 2 high-grade sovereign weapons shattered on the spot. So what if they had high-grade sovereign weapons? Against 3,000 incarnations, they didn't have the power to fight back. They were worse than ants. The Frenzied One roared, "Don't destroy them. Leave them for us." The 1,000 incarnations were stunned. The ultimate profound meanings in the sky scattered and turned into pure law energy that suppressed the 2 sovereign weapons. Why? Eularo roared. "I told you that you were naive, but you didn't believe me." The White-Eyed Wolf sneered. Eularo gloomily looked at the White-Eyed Wolf. We didn't know. But we investigated Neptune a long time ago. He has a high-grade sovereign weapon. So before the battle started, we had already planned it out. The Frenzied One and I will stall you while the 3,000 incarnations deal with the Beast God and Sovereign Beast. This way, when you show them your high-grade sovereign weapons, they will be able to send a portion of their incarnations to help us. The White-Eyed Wolf bared his fangs, his face full of mockery. Neptune said in a low voice, "So you didn't activate the seal of all evil and battle soul at the beginning because you wanted to stall for time? You're smart." That's right. If we had activated the seal of all evil and battle soul at the beginning, you would have taken out your sovereign weapons without hesitation. Simply put, we were pretending to be weak so that you would have the misconception that you could kill us without using your sovereign weapons. You didn't let us down. You were so proud to see us being suppressed. The White-Eyed Wolf sneered at Neptune. Neptune's eyes trembled as he looked at the battlefield in the distance. As expected. The beast race's divine beasts were all lying on the ground, their bodies covered in blood. As for the sovereign beasts, there were countless casualties. The ground was already covered in rivers of blood. Although there were many sovereign beasts left, facing Long Qin and the remaining 1,000 incarnations, there was no way they could fight back. They could only be slaughtered. It could be said that. Now it could be declared that the beast race was completely finished. At the same time, Eularo's eyes were also trembling. He never thought that he had fallen into the trap of the two from the beginning. At this moment, he finally realized that among this group of people, Qin Fei Yang was not the only terrifying one. The others were also existences that made one despair. Gradually. He laughed bitterly. He really did not expect that after roaming the world for countless years, he would fall into the hands of a few young juniors. Ridiculous. Sad. Lamentable. Let's go to hell together. Suddenly. With a roar, a destructive aura rushed out of his body. Self-explosion. Yu Lao. Neptune's face also changed. However, Yu Lao turned a deaf ear. His old face looked extremely ferocious. Self-explosion? Do you think it's possible? The lunatic smiled contemptuously. Activating instant time, his 10,000 feet body instantly landed in front of Yu Lao. Without a high-level sovereign weapon, even if Yu Lao had 8 ultimate mysteries, he was no longer his opponent. He punched out. The power of all evil roared out like a blood-colored wave. One must know. The power of all evil was able to fight against a sovereign weapon. Ah! A scream rang out. Yu Lao's body shattered on the spot. Blood dyed the sky red. Following closely, that mountain-like giant hand grabbed old Yu's divine soul with a single move. Let me go. Yu Lao roared and struggled frantically. But with his current divine soul, he was unable to shake the lunatic's giant hand. The lunatic only used a little force and Yu Lao's divine soul was shattered by more than half. Neptune, quickly self-destruct. Perish together with them. Yu Lao was very unwilling. But hearing these words, Neptune's eyes trembled. He raised his head and looked at the lunatic's 10,000 feet body. His face was full of fear. You self-destruct, let me see. The lunatic also looked at Neptune. Neptune quivered and turned to flee. This was simply a demon king, did you see that? This is the person your central dynasty trained. You don't even have the courage to self-destruct. The lunatic smiled playfully. Another giant hand was raised. It was enough to cover the sky and the sun as it slapped towards Neptune. No, Neptune raised his head and looked at the giant hand. At this moment, in his eyes, it was like a giant hand from the heavens, suppressing him. He couldn't help but wail in despair. The next moment, accompanied by a scream, Neptune's body shattered on the spot. His divine soul was also grabbed by the lunatic. He screamed in horror. The two giants were captured by the lunatic just like that. Seeing this scene, the beast sovereigns in the distance who still had hope couldn't help but despair to the extreme. They all turned around and fled in horror. Neptune and Yu Lao were captured, the 2 superior sovereign weapons were trapped, the 19 beast gods were all seriously injured, and the dragon god couldn't even take care of itself. Could these beast sovereigns turn the situation around? Chapter 4209. Kill. Don't leave a single one alive, kill them all, Long Qin shouted coldly as he led more than 1,000 avatars in a mad chase. Everywhere they went, blood dyed the mountains and rivers red. Screams and wails could be heard endlessly. Did this woman take medicine today? White-eyed Wolf muttered. You don't know if she took medicine or not. Frenzy glanced at White-eyed Wolf. This matter must be related to White-eyed Wolf. What do I know? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. White-eyed Wolf glared at him fiercely. If it was before, he wouldn't deny it. But now. They hadn't even exchanged a few words, how could it be related to him? Frenzy chuckled and didn't pursue this issue further. He turned his head to look at the 2 high-grade sovereign weapons that were suppressed by the 1,000 avatars. Seeing this, White-eyed Wolf also hurriedly looked over, his eyes emitting a green light. Boom. However, at this moment, within the Star River, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. That's right. Qin Feiyang and the Dragon God had already charged into the Star River. Frenzy and White-eyed Wolf looked at each other and rushed into the clouds like lightning, sweeping into the Star River. The two's origin forces collided like meteorites, erupting with an unprecedented terrifying aura. Frenzy and White-eyed Wolf saw this scene and immediately retreated from the Star River. Because the fluctuations were simply too terrifying. Even they could feel the threat of death. At the same time they retreated from the Star River, accompanied by a loud cracking sound, the 2 origin forces shattered in the sky. 5-colored divine light illuminated the world. This origin force is indeed powerful. Frenzy muttered. Not only the Star River, even the sky outside collapsed. It was like the scene of the end of the world, shocking the world. But immediately after, Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf revealed a trace of a smile in their eyes. Because after the two origin forces collided, they both dissipated into nothingness. In other words, in the end, the two origin powers ended up in mutual destruction. The disappearance of the origin force was equivalent to losing a protective talisman for the dragon god. But Qin Feiyang was different. With the law of life and death and two will of the heavenly Tao, he completely had the capital to crush the dragon god. The outcome was decided. In the collapsing Star River, Qin Feiyang and dragon god stood in the air. Compared to the calm and composed Qin Feiyang, the dragon was in a sorry state. The dragon god was also very well. What did the disappearance of the origin force's origin force? Therefore, when he came back to his senses, he hurriedly rushed towards the entrance of the Milky Way. Where? But then, Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf's the dragon god was stunned. Why are Madman and the golden-winged wolf king here? Could it, Elder Yu, the Sea King, the beast gods, and the sovereign beasts were all wiped out? Your only choice now is to go all out and defeat old Qin. Because only in this way can you have a way to survive. Frenzy laughed. The dragon god looked at the two of them, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang, who was walking towards him step by step. A look of fear slowly crept onto his face. Come on. You can't escape. Qin Feiyang said. The law of life and death and the six ultimate mysteries continued to appear in the sky. The will of the heavenly Tao was like a tide, rolling in all directions. I surrender. Looking at this scene, the dragon god finally slowly knelt on the ground and smiled bitterly. Not to mention the law of life and death, just the will of the heavenly Tao was enough to kill him. Even if he had the ability to resist the law of life and death, the other party still had the eye of heaven. There was no way to survive. Kneeling just like that. Hey, you're the dragon god after all. Can you not be so shameless? Frenzy quickly shouted. Dignity. Hearing this, the dragon god clenched his fists and roared in his heart. Who doesn't want dignity? But now, does he still have a choice? Even if he could defeat Qin Feiyang, there was still Frenzy and the golden-winged wolf king. It would have been better if you had surrendered earlier. That way, you wouldn't have wasted two origin forces for nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. It was a pity. If the dragon god was willing to surrender earlier, he would have two origin forces in his hands. Not to mention the central dynasty, at least in the four great continents, no one could shake him. I'm sorry, I was stubborn before, give me a chance. The dragon god quickly looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of pleading. Because he could feel a strong killing intent in Qin Feiyang's words. I'm sorry. I don't care if you surrender now. Qin Feiyang shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the seven ultimate mysteries instantly carried an aura of destruction as they charged at the dragon god. Yes. If he had surrendered earlier, he could still accept it. But now, the origin forces had dissipated and the battle was nearing its end. The dragon god's surrender had lost its meaning. Do you really want to force me to die together with you? The dragon god roared. His eyes were blood red. Roar. The next moment, his whole body released a divine light, and a 10,000 feet long divine dragon appeared. It was the dragon god's original body, the holy dragon. Clang. Moreover, a dazzling divine pagoda rushed out of his body. High-level dominator divine weapon, Star Tower. Boom. Star Tower shook the sky and charged at the seven ultimate mysteries. The seven ultimate mysteries were immediately shattered in the starry sky. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth. He touched the corner of his mouth and looked at the blood on his hand. His eyes were cold as he stared at the dragon god and said, "It seems that you really don't know how to write the word death." Just a glance was enough to make the dragon god feel a chill in his heart. Keek, accompanied by a sinister laugh, the madman and the white-eyed wolf also stepped into the starry sky, their killing intent overflowing. The dragon god looked at the two of them, then looked at Qin Feiyang, his trembling heart unable to calm down. Any one of these three people was a master that could make people tremble in fear. But now, all of them were here. He really didn't know whether to say that it was his honor or his bad luck. No. There is still a chance. Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations are not here. Suddenly, the dragon god quivered, his face suddenly filled with a sinister look, and laughed, "All of you, go to hell." Star Tower erupted with a shocking power. Like a tsunami in the ocean, it swept in all directions. Still so naive. Qin Feiyang shook his head. With a thought, the more than 1,000 incarnations that were chasing after the venerable beast with Long Qin dissipated in the void, leaving only a few hundred incarnations. This sudden turn of events caused Long Qin to be slightly stunned. But soon, she understood, looked up at the sky, and continued to slaughter the beast race. At the same time, Star River. Behind Qin Feiyang, incarnations also appeared out of thin air. A total of 1,000. In fact, there was no need to use so many. But it didn't matter. Anyway, the beast race was now an arrow at the end of its flight. A few hundred incarnations, together with Long Qin, were enough to raise the beast race to the ground. This, the dragon god was immediately dumbfounded. Despair, like a tide, once again drowned him. All thoughts were gone. It could be said that all hope was lost. Are you going to take the initiative to give up, or should we make a move? The madman's face was full of ridicule. Give up. The dragon god murmured and suddenly roared, "Impossible." Boom. Star Tower attacked. At the same time, a destructive aura rushed out of his body. He also chose to self-destruct. Sigh. Qin Feiyang and the other two sighed at the same time, including the 3,000 incarnations. The ultimate meaning appeared in an instant, overwhelming the dragon god and Star Tower. Crack. Accompanied by a loud noise, Star Tower shattered on the spot, followed by a scream, and the dragon god's blood splattered on the spot. However, Qin Feiyang and the other two did not erase the dragon god's divine soul. Because the ultimate meaning mastered by the dragon god could not be wasted. Star Tower was also suppressed by them. The battle was finally over. Let's go. Qin Feiyang glanced at the shattered Star River, took a deep breath, and looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf with a smile. Hee. The two bared their teeth. Immediately, the three took the dragon god's divine soul and the broken Star Tower and left the Star River. Below, 1,000 incarnations were still suppressing the Sky Extinction Sword and the God-slaying halberd. Not bad. Obtained 3 high-grade Dominator weapons. Qin Feiyang laughed. This was also an unexpected gain. Don't be happy too early, they haven't been subdued yet. The madman's eyes flashed coldly. High-grade Dominator weapons were not so easy to subdue. No rush. This brother has plenty of means to torture them. The white-eyed wolf laughed. The 3 Dominator weapon spirits couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and glanced at the surrounding land. At this moment, this land could only be described as corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. They actually didn't escape. The madman looked at the group of beast gods. You think they will be so obedient? They have long wanted to escape. But seeing us here, they didn't have the guts. One of the incarnations sneered. The white-eyed wolf nodded, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, looked at the 19 beast gods, and said, "You guys go." What? The 19 beast gods looked at each other. What did he mean? Would the golden-winged wolf king be so kind? Go. Leave some seeds for your beast race. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand impatiently. Hearing this, the group of beast gods looked at each other, then suddenly turned around and fled in panic. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. He activated instant time and chased after them, attacking repeatedly. Every time he attacked, a beast god's body would be shattered, and blood would dye the sky. He said angrily, "You guys ran when I told you to. Why didn't I see you guys so obedient before?" The group of beast gods' divine souls huddled together, trembling. "I knew he wouldn't be so kind. All of you, lie down. If you dare to move, this brother will destroy both your body and soul." The white-eyed wolf coldly snorted and looked into the distance. This woman still hadn't returned. Was she planning to slaughter the entire beast race? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This woman was indeed savage. The madman's body had also returned to normal. Laro and Neptune's divine souls were also suppressed together with the dragon god's divine soul. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Why don't we use this opportunity to wipe out the oceanic race in one fell swoop? No, I beg you, leave a way out for the oceanic race." When the Sea King heard this, he hurriedly pleaded, "Why didn't you leave a way out for us when you were dealing with us?" The madman sneered and continued to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. "Okay, you guys take 1,000 avatars with you, but leave the oceanic race that grasps ultimate power alive. Also, bring back the resources of the oceanic race." "Okay." The madman chuckled and looked up at the white-eyed wolf. "Brother Wolf, let's go." The white-eyed wolf also bared his teeth. After handing the divine souls of the 19 beast gods to Qin Feiyang, he followed the madman and opened a spacetime portal, leading 1,000 avatars to kill the oceanic race. Chapter 42:10. I beg you, don't do this, I'll do anything for you. Neptune was desperate to the extreme. They could only watch as the madman and the others went to the oceanic race. If you had said so earlier, I might have considered it. Qin Feiyang glanced at Neptune indifferently. "You're a devil." Neptune roared. Qin Feiyang couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He looked at the remaining 3,000 incarnations and said, "Go to the Black Tortoise realm and keep an eye on them. Don't let them find a chance. With us around, will they have a chance?" All the incarnations showed a proud and arrogant attitude. Qin Feiyang smiled. With a wave of his hand, the remaining incarnations, the 3 sovereign divine weapons, Neptune, Laro, the dragon god, and the souls of the 19 beast gods disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, he released his divine will, which surged in all directions. In the end, they all sank into the ground. Immediately, he frowned. The underground of the Dragon God Mountain had been severely damaged. He couldn't find a single spirit vein or crystal vein. Even if there was, it was incomplete. If I had known, I would have gone to the Star River from the beginning. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Obviously, because the battle fluctuations were too terrifying, even the spirit vein and crystal vein underground were not spared. However, he wasn't discouraged. The Dragon God Mountain area was because it was in the center of the battlefield. There must be a large number of spirit veins and crystal veins in other places. So, he began to rush in the northwest direction. His divine will had been covering the earth. Sure enough, soon, he found a lot of spirit veins and crystal veins underground and sent them all to the Black Tortoise realm. The battle was so fierce. The West Continent, South Continent, and North Continent had already received the news. Some bold people even sneaked over to check. They didn't know if they didn't see, but they were shocked when they saw it. The East Continent was no longer the same as before. The mountains and rivers were broken, and blood was everywhere. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a purgatory. Many beasts even fled to the West Continent, South Continent, and North Continent when they learned that Long Qin was still wantonly slaughtering. For a moment, the people of the 3 continents were in a state of panic and chaos. Another shocking news. What news? Could it be that the beast race has been exterminated? No. The beast race hasn't been exterminated yet. However, we're not far from it. What I'm going to tell you now is about the oceanic race. I heard that the mad scientist and the golden-winged wolf king led Qin Feiyang's 1,000 avatars to attack the sea race. What? They won't even spare the Oceanids? Absolutely. The divine sea island has already fallen. The sea folk on the other islands are also running for their lives. Many members of the sea tribe have fled to the West Continent, South Continent, and North Continent. These ferocious guys are going to flatten the entire East Continent. Not to mention the commoners, even the monarch and the others were shocked when they received the news. One was Qin Feiyang, one was Long Qin, one was the madman, and one was the golden-winged wolf king. These 4 people had actually flattened the oceanic race and the beast race. If it hadn't happened in the divine kingdom, no one would have believed it. However, compared to the monarch, the divine king, Ji Zun, heavenly lord Ji, and the others from the 3 major races were terrified. Because they were all thinking, after the oceanic race and the beast race were eliminated and the entire east continent was flattened, would these people come to attack the human race, the god race, and the purple gold divine dragon race? The overlords of the three major races were already severely injured. If these people were to attack, who would be able to stop them? So, at this moment, the beings of the three major races were also extremely terrified. Dong Xingyang, tell me, are they monsters? In the village, Boss Ji stared at Dong Xingyang and asked. Hearing this question, Dong Xingyang smiled bitterly. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that these guys were monsters. 3 days passed. There was not a single creature left in the East continent. Whether it was the land where the beast race was or the sea where the oceanic race was, they were all shrouded in a thick blood mist. At this moment, there was nothing in the East continent except for the pungent smell of blood. In the sky above a broken mountain, Qin Feiyang stood in the sky with satisfaction. Although the spirit vein and crystal vein of the Dragon God Mountain had been destroyed, he had searched all the territories of the beast race and found countless crystal veins. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Long Qin finally came to meet Qin Feiyang with hundreds of avatars. You must have had a good time killing. Qin Feiyang smiled. Long Qin sized up Qin Feiyang and frowned. Are you a devil? Heh! Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did he scold him for no reason? Long Qin said disdainfully, the entire beast race has been flattened by us and you can still laugh. Don't you have any sympathy? Qin Feiyang was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly said, wait a minute. Who was it that led my 3,000 avatars to kill the beast race? Well, Long Qin coughed and said awkwardly, I know what you want to do, so Anyway, I'm just doing it for you. The real executioner is still you. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He raised his hand and flicked Long Qin's forehead slightly. It hurts. Long Qin rubbed her forehead and glared at Qin Feiyang. You still know pain? Let's see if you dare to lie through your teeth in the future. Qin Feiyang glared at her. Moreover, with Long Qin's personality, would she have sympathy? Forget it. If she really had sympathy, she wouldn't have tried so hard to kill them in the ancient realm. Long Qin laughed dryly. But speaking of which, there's something wrong with these two people. Did the white-eyed wolf provoke you again? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. No. Long Qin shook her head and turned to look elsewhere. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed that it was really the white-eyed wolf's fault. However, these few days, the white-eyed wolf seemed to be a little strange. Buzz. Right then. The voice of the divine sound transmission stone could be heard. Qin Feiyang took it out and a smile appeared on his face. As the divine sound transmission stone recovered, the phantoms of the white-eyed wolf and the lunatic appeared. They were covered in blood and exuded a shocking murderous aura. Where are you? The white-eyed wolf asked. Qin Feiyang told the two of them the coordinates. They immediately opened the space-time tunnel and came to meet him. Yo! Missy is here too. The lunatic grinned at Long Qin. I was here when you sent the message just now. Didn't you see it? Long Qin rolled her eyes. He was simply trying to find a topic to talk about. The lunatic grinned and looked at Qin Feiyang. How's your side? The soul vein and crystal vein are almost all looted. Even if there are some left, there aren't many left. As for the specific number, we have to wait for the Fire Lotus, Pi Lupi, and Theta Wang to count it. Anyway, there must be a lot. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's similar to our situation. The lunatic grinned and looked at Long Qin. Have you killed all the beast race? No. Many of them fled to the West Continent, South Continent, and North Continent. I guess there are still some beast venerables among them. Long Qin shook his head. It's the same for the sea race. After slaughtering the sea god's island, we ran to other islands. Many of them have become empty islands. The lunatic said angrily. What about the sea gods? Qin Feiyang asked. Is there a need to ask? They are recuperating on the sea god's island. They can't escape death. But, speaking of this, the lunatic frowned slightly. The inner demons, Lu Jiajin, and the other 8 prodigies divine souls, we haven't found them. I don't know where they went. There's no need to worry about the inner demons and big cousin. The 8 prodigies' strength is similar to yours. There's no need to worry about them. As for the remnants of the Beast Clan and the Sea Clan, there's no need to go to great lengths to find them. The Sea King, the Dragon God, and the other higher-ups have all been annihilated. The remaining people won't be able to do anything. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. What do you mean by similar to us? What do you mean? Are you looking down on us? Not only the lunatic, but the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin also stared at Qin Feiyang. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang laughed. With a wave of his hand, the 4 disappeared without a trace. Not long after. Then, many figures flew across the sky. Some of these people were from the human race, some were from the god race, and some were from the purple-gold divine dragon race. Along the way, they glanced at the shattered and devastated land. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. The glorious beast race and the sea race were destroyed by Qin Feiyang and his group just like that. This isn't a dream, right? Black Tortoise World. 3 days outside, but 15,000 years had passed in the Black Tortoise World. In these 15,000 years, the 3 sovereign divine weapons and the divine souls of Yu Laro and the others had been suppressed by the 3,000 incarnations in the sky above the Devil's Land. At this moment, seeing Qin Feiyang and the other 3 enter, Neptune and the Dragon God immediately looked at the 4. After 15,000 years, their divine souls had recovered a lot, but they were still far from rebuilding their physical bodies. Want to know the current situation of the beast race and the sea race? The white-eyed wolf stepped forward and looked at the 2 mockingly. Neptune and the Dragon God didn't deny it. Don't worry. I left some seeds for you. It's still a little far from extinction. However, it's probably impossible to recover to the peak forever. The white-eyed wolf smiled. Bastard. I curse you, you won't have a good death. The 2 roared. Curse all you want, that's all you have. The white-eyed wolf didn't care at all. With a wave of his hand, a barrier thousands of feet long appeared. Imprisoned inside were all the remnant souls of the sea race. How many were there? Lord Neptune, quickly save us, I don't want to die, the resources are gone, the clansmen are gone, our sea race is completely finished. As soon as these remnant souls appeared, they immediately cried out in grief when they saw Neptune. What are you shouting about? Do you believe that I can destroy you right now? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. The barrier, which was originally noisy, quieted down in an instant. They all stared at the white-eyed wolf in horror. My clansmen, Neptune murmured. Looking at those remnant souls, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He slowly knelt in the void, looked at Qin Feiyang, and begged, kill me, let my clansmen go, I beg you, please be merciful, okay? Qin Feiyang looked at Neptune in silence. I will kowtow to you. Neptune kowtowed while begging. Where was the arrogant attitude from before? He had completely given up his dignity. Chapter 42:11. Looking at the painful Neptune, to be honest, if it were anyone else, they would definitely sympathize with him. But facing Neptune, Qin Feiyang and the others really couldn't sympathize with him. This was because the Sea King would not have shown any mercy if it had been them instead. Where's your brother? The madman looked at Long Qin. Over there. Long Qin looked to the west of the Devil's Land. The madman followed her gaze and saw a white figure sitting cross-legged in the medicine field thousands of miles away. Who else could it be but Long Chen? At this moment, Long Chen's body exuded the power of time. Obviously, he was fusing with the ultimate meaning of the time law. Let's not disturb him now. Long Qin was a little hesitant. She knew the madman's purpose was nothing more than to let her brother help to seize the ultimate meaning now. A long night is fraught with dreams. The madman sighed. Long Qin nodded. It made sense. After all, Neptune and the others were too strong. If they didn't get rid of them quickly, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents. I say, don't tell me you really killed all the beast venerables of the beast race. The white-eyed wolf glanced at Long Qin and asked. One must know. These beast venerables all mastered the ultimate meaning. Even if it was just the ultimate meaning of an ordinary law, it was still very valuable. Do you really think I'm stupid? Long Qin glared at the white-eyed wolf. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a huge barrier appeared in the void next to her, suppressing countless remnant souls inside. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other. They really thought that Long Qin had killed all the beast venerables of the beast race, so they didn't ask. But they didn't expect that she would take out so many remnant souls now. It was estimated that there were at least tens of thousands. These are the beast venerables of the beast race. As for the other beasts, I didn't leave any alive. Long Qin said lightly. Qin Feiyang and the madman couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Other than beast sovereigns and beast gods, beast emperors and beast kings were of little value to the beast clan. There are so many members of the Sea clan and the beast clan. It's hard to imagine how many ultimate mysteries we can obtain. The white-eyed wolf whispered. Whether it was the ultimate profundity of ordinary laws or the ultimate profundity of supreme laws, they were all just numbers in their eyes. The only regret was that none of the beast race and sea race had grasped the law of life and death. Otherwise, he would have really profited. Yu Laro has the law of light and darkness, right? Madman suddenly looked at Yu Laro. Yu Laro's eyes trembled when he heard this. Was he trying to steal the ultimate profundity of the laws of light and darkness? What? Now, even your old life belongs to us, let alone your ultimate profound. White-eyed wolf sneered at Yu Laro. Kill me. Yu Laro roared. I'm sorry, but it's hard for you to die now. White-eyed wolf bared his teeth, causing Yu Laro to fall into the abyss of despair. Last time, we obtained 5 laws of light and darkness. Me, White-eyed wolf, senior brother, Little Qin, and Long Chen, 1 each. Then who are we going to give Yu Laro's law of light and darkness to? Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them and asked. Give it to me. Long Qin said. White-eyed wolf and madman were taken aback and turned to look at Long Qin suspiciously. Didn't you already have it? Why do you need it? Just give it to me. Long Qin didn't explain. The 2 looked at each other. Long Qin seemed to only have one relative, Long Chen. Now that Long Chen and Long Qin had it, who were they preparing it for? Longzuan. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Longzuan? The 2 of them were taken aback for a moment, then patted their heads and suddenly realized. That's right. It must be prepared for Longzuan. Because the laws of light and darkness were very difficult to fuse, there was almost none in the Sky Cloud realm. You don't have any objections, right? Long Qin looked at the 3 of them. How dare we have any objections? Madman smiled bitterly and nodded. Okay, I'll give it to you. They still had to count on Long Chen's help. If Long Chen was unwilling, it would be useless no matter how many people they captured. That's more like it. I'll go and drag Big Brother here now. Long Qin smiled proudly and turned to fly toward Long Chen. White-eyed wolf pursed his lips as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. Brother Wolf, what's going on between you and Long Qin? Madman was curious. It's nothing. White-eyed wolf waved his hand. Brother, are you still hiding something from us? Madman's face darkened. There must be something wrong here. Cut the crap. White-eyed wolf glared at him and looked at Long Qin's back. There was also an indescribable emotion in his eyes. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shrugged helplessly. He didn't know anything else, but he had already discovered one thing. These 2 enemies who had been quarreling endlessly had stopped quarreling in the past few days. This was quite rare. After a while, Long Qin dragged Long Chen over. Can't you let me master the will of the heavenly Tao first? Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 unhappily. There were all kinds of ultimate profound meanings, but why was it so difficult to master the will of the heavenly Tao? This little sister was the same. It hadn't been long, but she had colluded with Qin Feiyang and the others and didn't consider him as her big brother at all. Thank you for your hard work. Madman smiled flatteringly. Long Chen rolled his eyes. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang helping him shamelessly get dozens of divine tea trees from Master Jiju, he really didn't want to do these troublesome things. Let's begin. Looking at the remnant souls suppressed in the 2 barriers, Long Chen's eyes were filled with helplessness. This was another big project. Qin Feiyang also quickly called Xiao Shui, Li Zhongxing, and Old Poison over to assist Long Chen. Madman asked, Old Qin, what are your plans next? I plan to, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, right now, we have to think of a way to protect the human race, the god race, and the purple gold divine dragon race. Protect them. Madman and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other. What did he mean? This time, the sea race and the beast race are almost wiped out. However, although the experts of the human race, the god race, and the purple gold divine dragon race were seriously injured by us, there were no casualties. Faced with this situation, what do you think the Central Dynasty's emperor will think when he finds out? Qin Feiyang's brows were filled with worry. That's right. Neptune, the dragon god, the sea gods, and the beast gods were all captured by us. As for the king and the others, we only heavily injured them. This seems to be a little biased. The Central Dynasty's people aren't stupid. When they see this situation, they might suspect the king and the others. Madman frowned. So, we have to think of a way. Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his eyes flickering. What way? We can't just run over and capture the king and the others. White-Eyed Wolf asked. I think it's possible. Since the Black Tortoise world is so big, the core members of the three races should be able to survive in the Black Tortoise world. Madman nodded. In other words, on the surface, we captured the core members of the three races, but in reality, we let them enter the Black Tortoise world to hide their strength and recuperate. White-Eyed Wolf said. Yes. Madman replied. We haven't reached that step yet, right? Qin Feiyang shook his head and chuckled. Moreover, only the king, the divine king, the sovereign of the human race and Heavenly Lord Ji knew about the alliance. Everyone else was still in the dark. If they were all brought to the Black Tortoise world at once, it would probably cause quite a commotion. Then what do you have in mind? Madman frowned. I do have a way. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then tell us, don't keep us in suspense. White-Eyed Wolf glared at him. We can put on another show with the king, the divine king, and the sovereign of the human race. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. What show? The two were suspicious. Qin Feiyang moved closer to their ears and whispered a few words. White-Eyed Wolf and Madman heard this and hesitated for a while before asking, will this work? It should work. Qin Feiyang nodded. White-Eyed Wolf pondered for a while and said, as long as you think it will work, it will definitely work. Then, shall we release the news now? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Long Chen with a smile. Then you go ahead. Long Chen rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and waved his hand, leaving the Black Tortoise world with White-Eyed Wolf and Madman. Chapter 42:12. The horizon turned white. The sun gradually rose. Everything on the earth woke up one by one. After dawn, three figures appeared in the sky above Qingtian City. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden-Winged Wolf King. As soon as the three appeared, the entire city fell into chaos. What are they doing here? Are they really planning to slaughter the human race? No. I don't want to die yet. Run. Before Qin Feiyang and the other two said anything, the people in the city began to rush out of the city. Are we that scary? The corner of Madman's mouth twitched. He looked at these people as if they were demons. What do you think? In the eyes of the world, the sea race and the beast race are unreachable existences. But now, in just one night, the two races were destroyed by us. It would be strange if they weren't afraid of us. Qin Feiyang shook his head. But are we really protecting them? Madman pouted. The sea race and the beast race were different, because they were the subordinates of the divine kingdom. But the human race, the god race, and the purple gold divine dragon race were all targets they had to protect. But the key is that they don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at the fleeing people and said, please tell the king that the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, will come to Qingtian City tomorrow at noon. What do you mean? Not to massacre the city. Everyone stopped and looked at each other. If the divine king, the divine kingdom, and the sovereign don't come tomorrow, then we might really massacre the city. After Qin Feiyang said that, he opened a space-time tunnel. The three turned around and left. Quickly think of a way to contact the people of Mount Supreme, the Divine Island, and the purple gold divine dragon race. How do we contact them? We can't even enter the divine island and Mount Supreme. We have to find the city lord about this. He can contact the people of Mount Supreme and the divine island. This news quickly spread across the 3 continents. Everyone was in danger. They all looked towards Mount Supreme, the godly island, and the purple gold divine dragon's territory. Whether or not the 3 continents could escape the fate of being massacred all depended on the decision of the 3 monarchs. In the past, they would not have believed that Qin Feiyang and the others had the ability to slaughter the 3 continents. But things were different now. The beast race and the sea race were examples. East continent. The broken earth, the bloody mist that filled the air, and the pungent smell of blood seemed to be telling a sad story. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 walked in the void without any ripples in their eyes. It wasn't that they were cold-blooded and heartless, but they were already used to this kind of scene. What are they doing now? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Find the inner demons. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Even if the inner demons were only remnant souls, he could still sense the location of the inner demons. Originally, he had planned to wait for the inner demons to reconstruct their bodies before coming to him. But now, he had to find the inner demons to find out about many things. For example, the foundation of the Central Dynasty. For example, how long would it take for the people of the Central Dynasty to come out and reach the 4 great continents? He sensed that they soon entered the sea. The sea was boundless. But the sea had been dyed red with blood. Corpses of the sea race could be seen everywhere. This was the masterpiece of the white-eyed wolf and the lunatic. Sometimes, they would also encounter some remnants of the sea race. Because the news of the 3 of them appearing in Qingtian City had spread, the remnants of the sea race thought that the East continent was safe. But they did not expect to see the 3 of them in the sea. Were they here to kill them all? So, any remnants of the sea race who saw Qin Feiyang and the other 2 immediately fled desperately. However, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 did not chase after them. There was indeed no need. After losing Neptune, the sea gods, and the core members of the sea race on the sea gods island, the rest of the sea race were no longer a concern. The most important thing was, now, whether it was the sea race or the beast race, those who had mastered the ultimate profundity had basically been captured. Even if there were some who escaped, they could be ignored. About an hour later, the 3 of them had already gone deep into the sea. A small island entered their line of sight. On the island, rocks were everywhere, and the plants were withered and yellow. This was an inconspicuous island. The diameter of the entire island was only about 100,000 feet. There were no powerful sea beasts on the island, nor were there any members of the sea race living on it. But this time, Qin Feiyang came for this island. They are here. Seeing Qin Feiyang stop, the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and immediately scanned the island. Other than some weak sea beasts, there was not even a shadow of a person. Yes. I just don't know if the other 8 prodigies are with them. Qin Feiyang whispered. Wouldn't it be better if they are together? The lunatic bared his teeth. Once the 8 prodigies fell into their hands, they would be able to obtain dozens of ultimate profundities. The white-eyed wolf also snickered. Boom. Divine sense rolled out and instantly enveloped the entire island. The next moment, 2 streams of light rushed out from a hole on the island and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the other 2, gradually turning into 2 figures. That's right. It was the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. And at this moment, they were not wearing masks. That familiar face, that familiar gaze, made Qin Feiyang extremely excited. The white-eyed wolf was the same. The lunatic looked at the 2 of them curiously. The inner demons looked exactly the same as Qin Feiyang. Lu Jiajin also had an imposing appearance and was a talent. Qin Feiyang spoke. But he seemed to have some concerns. It's okay. It's very convenient now, you can say whatever you want. Lu Jiajin smiled slightly. Cousin. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't control the emotions in his heart. He quickly ran over, and his eyes were filled with tears. After so many years, why are you still like a kid? The inner demons looked at him with disdain. Who's a kid? Aren't I happy? Qin Feiyang wiped away his tears and glared at the inner demons. Ha ha! The inner demons laughed. But the next moment, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and a wave of divine sense gushed out and blasted toward the island below. Boom! With a loud bang, the island turned into ashes on the spot, and all the sea beasts on the island disappeared as if they had evaporated into thin air. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The inner demons said, we can't let these sea beasts know about our relationship. Otherwise, it won't be good for both of us. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the two with a smile. How have you been these years? Haven't you seen it all? We've been living a better life than you. The inner demon snickered. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. You've been living a good life, but these years, we've been in so much pain that we wish we were dead, especially little Qin Zi. He's been living in self-blame every day, knowing that he killed you. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. So, you're going to ask us to compensate you for your mental loss? The inner demons asked. Not bad. After so many years, you still know me so well. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Look at you. Even I know what you're going to do when you stick out your butt. The inner demons despised him. Ha! The white-eyed wolf laughed dryly. Lu Jiajin looked at the white-eyed wolf and the inner demons, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, it's good that you're all alive. The three of them were stunned and looked at each other. After a long time, they nodded and said, yes. It could be said that. There was nothing happier than this. Lu Jiajin looked at Madman and said with a smile, little cousin, don't you want to introduce him? Yes, yes, yes. Qin Feiyang patted his head, hurriedly pulled Madman to his side, and said with a smile, this guy is Madman Mo. We met in the ancient world, and he is very familiar with the two ancestors. If he hadn't taken care of me in the ancient world, I don't know how many dangers I would have encountered. I've heard of Brother Mo's name a long time ago. Thank you for taking care of Feiyang. Brother Mo. Lu Jiajin cupped his hands and smiled. I'm also an ancestor-level senior. It's my duty to take care of a junior like him. Madman bared his teeth. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He was really thinking about taking advantage of him all the time. The white-eyed wolf smiled mysteriously and said, and this guy has another identity. What identity? The inner demons and Lu Jiajin were curious. The reincarnation of the Blood Demon King. The white-eyed wolf said. The Blood Demon King. The two looked at Madman in surprise. You also know about the Blood Demon King? This time, it was Qin Feiyang and the other two who were a little surprised. We know a little. When we came to the four great continents, we inquired about the grudges between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm. Among them is the grudges between the Blood Demon King and Ji Yun Hai. Lu Jiajin nodded and smiled, looking at Madman and said, I really didn't expect you to be his reincarnation. Brother Mo's righteous deeds in his previous life are admirable. It's nothing. Madman waved his hand, blushing. Qin Feiyang asked, cousin, inner demons, why don't we go to the Black Tortoise Realm? Okay. We also want to see what the Black Tortoise Realm has become after all these years. Lu Jiajin smiled. By the way, where are the 8 prodigies who came with you? The white-eyed wolf looked at the two suspiciously. They returned to the Central Dynasty. Lu Jiajin said. They went back so soon? The three were surprised. What can these trash do if they stay? The inner demon's face was full of disdain. Hearing this, the three were speechless. The prodigies who mastered the will of the heavenly Tao were trash. If these 8 people were trash, then what were Ryuko and the others? Were they worse than trash? Sure enough. The inner demons were as arrogant as ever. That's a pity. I wanted to deprive them of their ultimate meaning. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. When they returned to the Central Dynasty, they could only stare. Chapter 42:13. Deprive the ultimate profound. Lu Jiajin glanced at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, what exactly is this deprive the ultimate profound? You'll know when you go to the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang smiled. With a wave of his hand, the 5 of them appeared in the tea garden of the Devil's Land. So many herbs. Looking at the current Black Tortoise world, The inner demons were dumbfounded. What rich energy! Lu Jiajin was also shocked. It's changed a lot. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's not just big, it's a completely different world from before. The inner demons was filled with emotions. He scanned the Devil's Land and asked, "Where are we now?" "The Devil's Land." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "What? The Devil's Land?" The inner demons was stunned. In his impression, the Devil's Land was an extremely dangerous and desolate place. But now, here, the sun was shining brightly and auspicious vapors were rising. It was simply a paradise. Is this a place? Don't fool me. Over the years, he had imagined the changes of the Black Tortoise world. But now, the scene he saw was completely beyond his imagination. Why would I fool you? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed, but to be honest, it's not easy for the Black Tortoise world to grow to this point. It was a simple sentence, but it contained all of the bitterness. Definitely. The inner demons nodded. Not to mention the growth of a world, even the growth of a person had to experience countless setbacks and tribulations. Where are they? Madman scanned the sky suspiciously. Long Chen, Long Qin, Qiao Shui, and the others, why wasn't there a single person? Moreover, the countless remnant souls suppressed and the 3 high-grade sovereign divine weapons were nowhere to be seen. Qin Feiyang also noticed this, and a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. Just as he was about to release his perception to search for Long Chen and the others, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. It was Fire Lotus. Qin Dage. Fire Lotus smiled and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. The inner demons, Lu Jiajin, looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. Where are Long Chen and the others? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I sent them to Soul Seal Valley. After all, everyone is cultivating in seclusion. I don't want to be disturbed. Fire Lotus smiled. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said with a smile, "You are so thoughtful." Wait a moment. Why do I feel like she's familiar? The inner demon said as she sized up the fiery lotus, her face full of suspicion. Fire Lotus also looked at the inner demons and smiled. Long time no see. We know each other. The inner demons was surprised. Fire Lotus pursed her lips and smiled. She looked at the inner demons and said, "Think about it carefully." The inner demons lowered his head and pondered, but he couldn't think of anything. Let me give you a reminder. The land of the undead in the ancient world, the white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. The ancient world, the land of the undead, the inner demons murmured. You still can't think of anything? The white-eyed wolf said helplessly, let me give you another reminder. A rusty axe. A rusty axe. The inner demons lowered his head and pondered. After a long time, a trace of surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. He looked at Fire Lotus and asked, "You can't be that undead from back then, right?" "That's me." Fire Lotus nodded. The inner demons was dumbfounded. Back then, when Qin Feiyang first entered the ancient world, he met Fire Lotus. Later, when Qin Feiyang returned to the Great Qin and fought with the Demon Lord and the others, Fire Lotus had been in the Black Tortoise realm. At that time, the inner demons were still around, so he knew about Fire Lotus. However, because Fire Lotus hadn't reconstructed her physical body at that time, the inner demons felt a sense of familiarity. How is it? You didn't expect that the little undead who shamelessly followed us back then was actually such a stunning beauty, right? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Brother Wolf, what nonsense are you talking about? Fire Lotus's cheeks turned red. Haha, the white-eyed wolf laughed. I really didn't expect it. It's too surprising. The inner demons shook his head and asked, so now, you're no longer an undead? This was because he didn't feel the slightest bit of undead chi on Fire Lotus. She's already gone through her tribulation and got rid of her undead body. Qin Feiyang smiled. No wonder. The inner demons nodded in realization. All these years, it's all thanks to this girl. Do you know who's the one who made the Black Tortoise realm what it is today? It's Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The Black Tortoise realm today is the result of everyone's hard work. I don't dare to claim this credit alone. Fire Lotus hurriedly waved her hands. Don't be humble. With this noble one's brain, how can I manage such a big world? The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. You make it sound like I'm stupid. Qin Feiyang was speechless. I'm your inner demons. Don't I know you? The inner demons rolled his eyes. Can you give me some face? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. They started to undermine him as soon as they met. They were born from the same root. Why are you so anxious to destroy each other? Fire Lotus couldn't help but snicker at the side. Qin Feiyang pointed at Lu Jiajin and said with a smile, Girl, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, the owner of the Eye of Nothingness, Lu Jiajin. Hello. Lu Jiajin reached out his hand with a gentle smile on his face. Hello. Fire Lotus also reached out her hand. The white-eyed wolf sized up the two of them. His eyes turned slightly, and he transmitted his voice, Little Qin Zi, haven't you been worrying about Fire Lotus's marriage? Isn't this the best opportunity? Huh? Qin Feiyang turned to look at the white-eyed wolf. Look at them. How compatible. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He couldn't help but size up his cousin and Fire Lotus. Don't say it. At first glance, they were indeed quite compatible. The man was dignified and had an extraordinary temperament. The woman was as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon. The most important thing was, Lu Jiajin and Fire Lotus were both his family members. As the saying goes, one should not let one's own fertile water flow into one's own fields. He could really matchmake them. What do you think? The white-eyed wolf snickered. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf chuckled and said, Cousin. Huh? Lu Jiajin turned to look at him. By the way, are you still single? The white-eyed wolf snickered. What do you mean? Lu Jiajin looked at him in confusion. Just answer me. The white-eyed wolf urged. Before Lu Jiajin could speak, the inner demon said first, even if he is single, he deserves it. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at the inner demons suspiciously. You don't know how popular he is in the Central Dynasty. The women who like him can line up from the West Continent to the East Continent. And those women are all God's favored daughters of the Central Dynasty. Even the princess of the Central Dynasty, the apple of the Emperor's eye, admires him. But this guy is just like an ice-cold rock, completely ignoring them. I'm even suspecting if there's something wrong with him in that aspect. The inner demons despised him. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at Lu Jiajin in astonishment. Was it so exaggerated? The line could line up from the West Continent to the East Continent. Even the Emperor's daughter fell in love with him. I'm not exaggerating at all. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Central Dynasty and have a look. The inner demons pursed his lips. Are you jealous? Lu Jiajin looked at the inner demons in amusement. What's there to be jealous of? The inner demons didn't care. Big cousin is indeed big cousin. His charm is unparalleled. Qin Feiyang bared his teeth. Lu Jiajin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could the inner demons be so exaggerated? In that case, you're still single. The white-eyed wolf said. Why? Are you going to introduce me to someone? Lu Jiajin asked jokingly. Yes. Far away on the horizon, close in front of you. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Suddenly, he raised his naughty paw and pushed Fire Lotus hard. Caught off guard, Fire Lotus immediately fell into Lu Jiajin's arms. Lu Jiajin was stunned. He quickly reached out and held Fire Lotus, afraid that she would fall. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Who would have thought that the white-eyed wolf would do such a thing? They were all stunned on the spot. Fire Lotus and Lu Jiajin, who were hugging each other, were at a loss for a moment. When they came back to their senses, Lu Jiajin quickly let go of Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus also hurriedly got up from Lu Jiajin's arms. She turned her head and glared at the white-eyed wolf, saying, Brother Wolf, what are you doing? After saying that, she turned and left angrily, her cheeks flushed red. Ha ha, the white-eyed wolf laughed. The more he looked at them, the more compatible they were.